economically, it's by far the better vote to me.
In what
Not
way is
just for
voting
me,
for a sexual abuser, civil fraudster, and felon good for you economically?
What a question you ask.
I mean, I feel like it was pretty straightforward, no? Feel like it was pretty straightforward.
I'm not. I mean, it was a straightforward question, but factually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, do you have a processing issue?
Oh, fuck, I'm frozen.
Okay, yeah, so it probably is a processing issue. You don't need to stall this much. If you can't talk about why voting for the felon helps you economically, then don't say so, right? So let's recognize this once more. You're putting a felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster in office. You said because you agree with him on economics. Can you tell me one economic policy that he passed that benefited the middle class during his first term?
He cut taxes for all of us.
Sure, and by what count? So, for example, middle-class Americans, what percentage of a tax cut did they get?
Of a tax cut did they get?
Correct. What was the percentage?
It was like an 8% tax cut.
No, it wasn't an 8% tax cut.
12.
It wasn't 12 or 8%. It was far lower than that. So do you want to try again?
Okay, well, you can keep asking me questions, but I want to ask you a question.
I'm sure you do want to pivot from this, but you're going to need to respond. So what was the tax cut that middle-class Americans received from the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017? You said 8%, you said 12%, neither of which were correct. Maybe you said 12% because you read somewhere that there was a 1 and a 2. In that sense, maybe you would be accurate. It was 1 to 2%. That was the tax cut, 1% to 2%, not 12%. Just because you see a 1 and a 2 next to each other, you can't forget that dash in the middle. It's 1 to 2%, not 12%.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
I know, it's crazy how math works. What tax deduction do corporations get?
Do corporations get?
Right.
Dude, I'm not like a fucking economist.
Listen, if you're going to talk about the tax deduction, which you brought up, not me, if you're going to talk about how Donald Trump's going to benefit you economically, you ought to own up to it and then tell me how he's going to do such a thing. I asked you for the middle-class tax deduction. You couldn't tell me, so I gave it to you.
Okay.
Now I'm asking you for the corporate tax deduction. If you can't tell me, then at least admit that you don't know anything when in regards to economics or his policies, right?
No, I will. I just admitted I don't know those numbers of your questions, but economically,
that is by far the most important question you could have been asked on the topic of economics, because that was Donald Trump's only economic policy. That was the only policy. That's correct. That is the only policy that Donald Trump passed during his term that economically benefited middle-class Americans, which is why you named it when I asked you that very question. For you not to know the percentages of tax cuts he gave to the middle class and corporations, that speaks volumes to your own ignorance. So I'll break it down for you. Donald Trump gave 1 to 2% in tax cuts to middle-class Americans. You said 12%. So I assume that somewhere you got the information 1 to 2%, but then because you're illiterate, you didn't read it as 1 to 2%, you read it as 12%. And again, that speaks volumes to your own ignorance. So congrats on that. Your mom must be proud. For corporations, Donald Trump gave a 14% corporate tax deduction. Now, this was to companies like Microsoft, who were already making record high profits. They didn't need this, neither would they benefit from it. All it was going to do was strip money from the middle class and put it back into the pockets of corporations where it need not be. For example, this led to an $8 trillion deficit. So can you do me a favor before we move on? Can you justify why Donald Trump gave a double-digit tax cut to corporations who are already making well over 100% profit, like 3 times? And not give that to the middle-class Americans, but rather give a temporary 1 to 2% tax cut to middle-class Americans who he claimed were struggling.
It is. You're in power right now, right? You're the host, and you have all the stats, and you
want to pivot and cry. You don't want to answer the question? If you can't answer the question, then just say so. I don't need the whole life story in between. You MAGA Republicans play this tactic all the time. You whine, bitch, and complain your way out of any question you get asked. Sorry. Answer the question or get over it. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, you're telling me that, but ask your presidential nominee why she can ask a question.
See this pivot? I'm not talking about who you think can and can't talk. We can get to that. This is a pivot. Knock it off. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about after.
I don't know.
There you go. You just have to say you don't know. So I asked you if you can justify. I gave you the statistics. I gave you them. You still aren't understanding the question. The question to you was, will you justify why Donald Trump gave a double-digit tax cut to corporations who were already making record high profit instead of funneling that money into the middle class when he said the middle class Americans were struggling? He gave 1 to 2% in tax cuts to middle class Americans and then gave 14% to corporations, which hiked up the national debt $8 trillion, and middle class Americans pay that off, not corporations. So we lost more money than we got in return. Can you justify why Donald Trump would do such a thing?
To corporations? Is that what you're saying? Why would he make that tax cut to corporations and not us?
Did I stutter?
Yeah, I bet you have no friends. Okay, I'm asking a fucking question here. I'm not trying to be a
So did I, and I'm looking for an answer.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I could tell what side of the fucking pole you're on. It's inside you, probably.
See, what's crazy here is that you keep insulting to run out of answering a goddamn question. It ain't that hard. If you don't know the answer to something, excuse me, you brought up the economy. You brought up the Tax and Jobs Act. You didn't know a single percentage in regards to that policy, so I told you them. You didn't know a single thing in regards to the tax cuts, so I told you them. I gave you all the information, but you brought up the policy yourself. So why bring it up in response to my question if you know nothing about where Donald Trump stands in regards to economics? Then I start asking you questions, right? And you are, you're disgusted by your own lack of intelligence, and I would be too. I mean, if I had this, blatant lack of intelligence as yourself, I would truly be upset and deflect as well. I would pivot as well. You're right to be pivoting. You're right to be deflecting. I don't judge you for that, right? I don't judge you for that. But then at least instead of insulting and crying, right, just say you don't know something. There's no shame in that, right? Right? Okay, so let's get you back in here. And moving forward, let's try to keep it a little respectful, right? Let's act like adults, okay?
And I'm trying to as well. But
no, you're not. You were acting like a blatant child. So let's get back into this.
I've also tried to
What is the inflation rate today?
Oh my God. I can't talk. I didn't sign up to get an interview. I thought we were going to have a conversation together. And you're just jotting down questions to people that come in here.
I'm writing down stats. What is the inflation? There's no computer here. What is the inflation rate? This is you. Okay, you're doing exactly what I just called you out for doing. This is you crying.
Idiot, bro.
What is the inflation rate? Deflection and insults. God. Deflection and insults. Can you answer the question? If you don't know, say you don't know. And he ran away. We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. We got a runner, and we got to herd the cattle. We got to herd the cattle, everybody. No, we got to herd the cattle. We have a runner. Wow, he couldn't answer a single question. That was pathetic. That was a different level of pathetic. Folks, if you feel bad for me and you want to pay for whatever therapy I'm going to need after this, if you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App are in my bio, or if you want to help me pay for whatever therapy I'm going to need after this. Philip, thank you so much for the $10. Philip says, thank you for making this guy realize he knows nothing. Dude, I think he knew nothing, but I'm glad to make it more clarified for him. Guest unmute. Okay, we're going to move on. Folks, please hit the like button. Help us get to 100,000 likes. Hello, Clifford. Clifford. You have 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, so.
Nope. I said 3 seconds. I didn't say 10 seconds, did I? Did I? Apparently, MAGA Republicans don't know how to count. I go, you have 3 seconds, count down from 3, and then he talks. Come on. Brian, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah, what kind of drugs are you on?
Depends. The one your mom gave me. Bianca, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love. Brian, speaking of, how is your mom? Haven't seen her in a week. She doing good? I'm excited to see you and your daddy for dinner later.
Yeah, I was asking you a question. What kind of drugs you on?
Yeah. Anyway, listen, you can't be saying those words up here, okay? Get out of the live. Let's get up our next guest. Man, that guy, he was, let me tell you. Anyway, Brian, I'll see you and your mom later, okay? You folks have a good one. Tell your mom I miss her. Brian won't tell you this, but his mom left him for me. Let's get up this next guest. Okay, and this guest isn't coming up. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. I don't need keyboard warriors, right? If you're a MAGA Republican and you're being a snowflake by being a keyboard warrior in my chat, do better. Get into my guest request and say it to my face. Sam, hi, you voting for Donald Trump?
No, so you probably don't want me, I bet, huh?
I appreciate it. We are going to be talking to Kamala supporters later, but right now I am just looking for opposition. Thank you for coming up, though. Hi, Mindy.
Hello.
You voting for Donald Trump?
I already have.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, well.
Anyway, so why'd you vote for a felon? Is it because you're out of dignity? You couldn't find a little bit of integrity in, like, I don't know, a cup somewhere, or you didn't check the back of a dumpster for some integrity?
I've watched you for the last couple of days.
And I just want to know.
I just want to know.
Excuse me.
What?
I just want to know, why did you vote for a felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Why are you trying to have people talk to you if you can't let them answer?
Pretty sure I just asked you a question and I'm waiting on you to respond.
I'm pretty sure that you're not the boss of the world.
Gaslighting at its finest. Do you want to answer the question or cry?
Okay,
you want to answer the question or cry more?
What's your question, you little
twerp? Did I stutter?
No, I couldn't hear over you.
We have couple nicknames
Why did I vote for him? Why did I vote for him?
We already have couples nicknames. Like you're calling me twerp? That's so cute. I love it.
Yeah,
wow.
Okay, great. Okay, so why am I voting for him? Because he's been shot. He's been tried to be assassinated, and he still stands behind America.
By Republicans.
Okay.
They were both registered Republicans. Also, I was there.
Listen,
I was there at his Butler County rally.
You must be upset because.
Let's better understand this. Let's better understand this. Excuse me, Mindy. Okay. Actually, you're the problem with the world today. First off, Amy, thank you so much for the $5. Amy just gave me $5 to mute you. She said $5 to mute the buffoon. I assume that you're the buffoon. So, thank you so much for the love, Amy. So, Mindy, you are the problem, right? I was at Donald Trump's rally in Butler County when that tragedy unfolded. And unlike you, I'm not politicizing it, right? I'm not making it into something political. A firefighter lost his life that day, and a family went home with one less seat at their dinner table. But you're making it all about Donald Trump. No, it was about that firefighter who lost his life, right? And now I want you to understand as well that if you're going to make politics out of a firefighter losing his life, then you might be the problem. Okay? Do better. It's pathetic. Now, Mindy, unmute yourself, stop hiding, and tell me, why are you voting for Donald Trump? If you could talk on policy, that would be great. Aaron, thank you so much for the $5. Aaron said $5 for the chicken, so Mindy, this is for you. All right, so anyway, why are you voting for the felon?
For him.
Mindy,
and it's really none of your business.
Hold on. You just said it's not my business. You just came up to my live stream.
And you're a bitch.
Oh, there's the F slur. Mindy, you're such a little cutie patootie. You're a little conspiracy theorist. Folks, y'all are just watching me get hate crimed up here by Mindy here. This little sundowning Mindy. I mean, folks, where's the reparations at? We're off to a good start. Already getting hate crimed. It's been 5 minutes. I want some reparations in honor of Amy. My Venmo and PayPal are my bio. Cry more, Mindy. Eat me. Noah, I want to say a massive thank you for the $5. Thank you for the love on PayPal. I appreciate it. Hey, Mindy, did I stutter? Eat me. So again, folks, I want to see some reparations. This is some BS right here. I'm just getting hate crimed up here by Mindy. This is some nonsense. Ugh. All right, let's get this one out of here. Good riddance. Let's get up our next guest. I'm like, why are you voting for Trump? I even troll her, and she was already crying. That one is definitely dealing with some stuff at home. Let me tell you something. Logan, hi. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
Well, then I'm not doing so good, huh? Why ask? So why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
I like his economic policy.
Are we going to do this all again? Michael, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. So we're going to do this nonsense. All right. Let's entertain it. Give me one economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited middle-class Americans. Go ahead.
When he implemented tariffs on China and what he is talking about doing again.
But his tariffs didn't help the middle class.
How did it not help the middle class?
Sure, Nikki Haley and, oh my gosh, Melanie. Whoa. Melanie, thank you so much for the $50. That is beyond kind. Will you please get like 1,000 W Melanies in the chat? That is beyond kind. Logan, Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against Donald Trump on the very reason that his tariffs dismantled the middle class, overthrew farmers, and steamrolled small businesses. For example, Donald Trump put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This led to farmers like those in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, experiencing an export crisis. They lost China as a consumer market. They had a newfound surplus and supply and demand issue, and they passed off rising costs to small businesses who relied on produce. This then went off to middle-class consumers and increased costs by $230 billion. So did that help the middle class? Did a $230 billion tax hike help the middle class? Yes or no?
No, it did not. But do you think that we are importing 3-to-1 ratio versus what we're exporting to China?
No, let's better understand this. What was the point of the tariffs?
To put a tax on China.
No. What was the point of the tariffs? That was not it.
The point of what tariff? The one that he
What
put
was
in
the point of Donald Trump's tariffs?
To bring in revenue for the United States.
No, you're still wrong.
What is it then?
Okay, he was playing a trade war with China because he wanted to create and keep jobs in America, bring manufacturing back to America, for example. However, it was redundant because, one, it increased costs on the middle class, and he lost that trade war with China. And that's not me saying that. That's Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis saying that. And additionally, let's also better recognize that Donald Trump did, in fact, create 178,000 jobs per month on average. But that's, now I want to be clear, I'm not counting pandemic jobs lost. I don't think that's fair. I also don't count pandemic jobs created under the Biden-Harris administration because it's not fair to credit them for that, right? But without playing with these garbage tariffs that Donald Trump was implementing, like the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, Kamala and Joe still created 400,000 jobs per month. That was their national average. So that's well over double what Donald Trump was creating per month. I mean, here's another good example. For the month of October, this past month, they created 233,000 new jobs, not including pandemic jobs. And then Donald Trump, during his time period, his average was up 178. That's less than what they created. So when he walked into his trade war with China saying we're going to create more jobs and bring manufacturing back to America, well, Kamala and Joe didn't need a trade war, but they still did bring chip manufacturing back to America with the Chips and Science Act. They created double the amount of jobs, and they didn't hike up costs of middle-class Americans by $230 billion. That was Donald Trump. And then I also want to recognize when I asked you, for a policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans, you said it's tariffs, but tariffs aren't a policy. You know that, right?
Well, you do realize that under the Biden administration, the same tariffs are in place now.
No, some are, most aren't. Tariffs aren't necessarily a bad thing. Tariffs are a good thing. However, the tariffs that Donald Trump was implementing, many of those tariffs, for example, the 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, that is no longer in place because it made no sense to implement in the first place. Why are you punishing farmers back home?
You should.
Right? Exactly. So that's why that tariff is no longer in place. Donald Trump was wrong for that.
I'm not saying it was perfect, but it's a good thing. He also lowered the deficit.
No, it's not a good thing. It's not a good thing. That's not, to be clear, I'm not saying it's not a good thing. Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis are the ones saying it's not a good thing. Right? Their party is saying it was a bad thing.
Waiting on for how long, calling him.
Excuse me.
Trump.
So I'm also excuse me. Hold on before you pivot. I appreciate it. But let's stay on the topic here. And let's look at Donald Trump's economy as a whole. So Donald Trump implemented that 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture that led to an increased cost on the middle-class consumers. Tariffs in its entirety, tariffs are not bad. I like tariffs. I'm a capitalist, so I'm totally cool with tariffs if it keeps jobs in America or it brings manufacturing back. But we all had a life lesson here. Donald Trump was implementing tariffs that were at risk and did make little sense to his economic success. For example, that 15 to 25% tariff was redundant punished farmers back home, led to them having an export crisis, surplus and supply and demand issue, passed off costs to consumers like I, yourself, and those in the chat, and we had a loss of $230 billion. He lost the trade war. But stop. Then I want to better recognize that Kamala and Joe created double the amount of jobs and brought chip manufacturing back to America, which is what Trump wanted to do. But they did that with the Chips and Science Act and infrastructure package, and they didn't have to play a trade war with China. So he was just having fun, I guess, on the backs of middle-class Americans. Made no sense. Then you look at Donald Trump's economy in further more detail. I asked you for an economic policy he passed that benefited middle-class Americans. You said the tariffs, which didn't benefit middle-class consumers. It ripped them off by $230 billion, and it's not a policy. So if I ask you again, can you name a policy he passed that economically benefited middle-class consumers? If you can't, then just say you can't. No shame in that.
I can't. But
okay, so you look at the Jobs and Tax Act of 2017. This is the only policy he passed that economically benefited middle-class consumers, and yet it still didn't. It gave 1 to 2% in tax cuts to the middle class, 14% to corporations. The tax cut for the middle class was temporary and expires next year. So you're still under this tax policy before you even complain about your taxes being too high. You're still under his tax policy. And 2, the corporate tax deduction is permanent. So Donald Trump cut taxes for corporations, and this led to an $8 trillion debt. And middle-class Americans are currently paying off that debt. So we lost out again. But technically, we got a 1 to 2% tax cut, yet we lost more money out of pocket because of the $230 billion tariff tax and the $8 trillion debt. So come on.
Okay, come on. But also, after Donald Trump implemented those tariffs, he cut the deficit with China by over $100 billion.
Wow, I'm glad he's cutting China's debt. And yet when you turn around and recognize he added $8 trillion to her debt, doesn't help. I want to say a massive thank you. Oh, sorry for the cough, guys. My asthma's acting up, but I just took my inhaler, so I don't want to do it again. I want to say a massive thank you to Edward. Edward, thank you so much for the love. And also, Isaiah, thank you so much for the $15. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love, folks. Can you tell me what the inflation rate is today?
I believe it's 2.1%.
Nice. And what was it on average in 2018? Do you know the national average?
I do not know.
You need to, okay. 2.4.
Okay, and what was it in the 2 years prior to this?
Obama's economy? Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the galaxy. You mean when he was still experiencing the offset effects of Barack Obama's economy?
2021, 2022, 2023, what was it?
Oh, so you're talking about post-pandemic when inflation would reach 9%?
Yep.
And is that Joe Biden's fault?
I believe so. It's under
How
his
is that Joe Biden's fault?
It's under his administration.
How is that Joe Biden's fault?
If he can be praised for getting it back down to 2.1, he can be criticized for it to getting to what?
That doesn't make any sense. So Kamala and Joe are to blame for Donald Trump handing off a 9% inflation rate? Do you blame Donald Trump for the pandemic?
No.
Okay, so inflation was a global issue. I don't blame Donald Trump for the pandemic either. The same way that I said I wasn't going to criticize Donald Trump for the job loss during the pandemic, where I gave him credit for 178,000 jobs as his monthly average, instead of saying his monthly average was negative 30,000, which I rightfully could have said under your logic, because he'd be responsible for that as it occurred during his administration. You then want to be a hypocrite and blame Joe Biden for the pandemic, saying that the 9% inflation rate, which was global, is his fault.
Joe Biden caused
you did. I asked you word for word, do you think that Joe Biden caused the inflation rate? And you said yes, because it happened under his administration. You said word for word. No, excuse me. You said word for word. No. Now I'm calling you out for it. You blamed Joe Biden for the 9% inflation rate. If you're taking it back now, as you should, then good. You're learning. That's a good thing. I'm not mad about that. I'm glad you're learning, right? So if the inflation rate today is 2.1% and under Donald Trump, it was 2.4, why are costs at the grocery store higher today?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. I'm asking you.
The pandemic.
In part. But why else?
You tell me. You're obviously more knowledgeable on the subject than I am.
For one, because of Donald Trump's tariffs. For example, the $230 billion tax hike from his 15 to 25% tariff on produce, that's on grocery stores. So your costs go up on groceries from Donald Trump, thanks to Donald Trump.
Is that in part today?
Yes, that is still in effect. Not that tariff, but not that tariff, but the effects of Donald Trump's tariffs. Thankfully, Joe Biden and Kamala have removed those tariffs, and your party has been more than happy to blame them for the grocery costs, even though they haven't accomplished anything that would have increased costs on groceries, but rather your candidate did, and you guys don't want to point the finger at your own candidate. So, but anyway, let's get back into it. Not just tariffs. What else? It's two words. Corporate greed. So, for example, last month, Kroger's CEO came forward and made clear that they were indeed price gouging. Other companies that benefited from Donald Trump's 14% corporate tax deduction, Apple is a good example. Apple's CEO benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction and walked away with more money at the end of Donald Trump's term pre-pandemic than the CEO walked in with at the get-go of the new administration. Or PepsiCo, which benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction, and instead of passing costs down to cut costs on products or to give workers pay increases, they passed it up to their CEO, shrunk the size of Gatorade, one of their products, and then increased the cost on it. Donald Trump caused that. So why are you saying he's better for the economy when he gives us inflation, when he throws us into tax hikes, steamrolls farmers, steamrolls the middle class? In what sense is he good? He created half the amount of jobs that Kamala and Joe created. He created double the amount of debt.
Well, the economy is not the only reason I'm voting for him.
Okay. But why are you voting for him based off of the economy, now knowing what you know?
I still think tariffs are good if they're in.
I just explained how his tariffs weren't. And again, if you don't like hearing it out of a Democrat's mouth, I understand. Then go look up Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis and they'll tell you the same exact thing, right?
I think if they're done correctly, they are good. What?
Right, but Donald Trump doesn't do them correctly. For example, what are the tariffs that Donald Trump is currently running on? Do you know?
60% on China, 20% everywhere else.
Okay, and what else?
That's all I know.
The reimplementation of the original tariffs as well. So, for example, that 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture, he wants to put that back into place. He wants to put all the tariffs back into place. Understood?
Yep.
So this is going to lead to another export crisis. Penn Morton economist from Donald Trump's own alma mater, who got it exactly right down to the cent the last time, said that's going to lead to an additional $3 trillion in debt that middle-class Americans will have to pay off, and an additional $2,500 to $3,900, possibly more, coming out of the pockets of like middle-class Americans, working Americans, every single year. So we're going to lose money so that Donald Trump can play a trade war again. That doesn't sound like he's using tariffs right, does it?
No, but do you think long-term it is beneficial in bringing production back to the United States?
Well, let's think about that. Kamala and Joe brought manufacturing and production back to the United States very swiftly and created double the amount of jobs, and they didn't play a trade war with China. So maybe he should take a note from their playbook instead of saying, let's steamroll farmers, shut down the middle class, and then maybe someday this will benefit us later. You don't need to steamroll and shut down middle class and working class Americans so that maybe someday they can be working class again. Listen, by the time that Donald Trump's trickle-down economics would take effect, there won't be any middle class Americans to benefit from it, right? If everybody's broke, who's going to benefit?
But you think deducting $100 billion off of the trade deficit with China is a bad thing?
Give me a source.
The U.S. government.
That's not a source. I want to know exactly where the $100 billion was stripped off of that you're referring to. But then you also recognize he added $8 trillion to the debt. So let's say he did cut off $100 billion in debt. He then added $8 trillion in debt. Trillion is larger than billion, right? I understand it's 100 billion, but that is still less than 1 trillion. So he stripped off 100 billion, you're saying, but then he added 8 trillion. Do you understand?
And you think that was directly related to China?
That was in relation to the tariffs, his tax policy? Yes, that's in relation to him playing a trade war with China that he could not successfully play part in. Yeah. And that's not my thought, right? That's what happened. Again, this isn't a hypothetical. This isn't story time. This is just history class. This is as it happened. Okay?
Neither was the $100 million that he saved off the deficit.
You keep mentioning the 100 million. You said million and you said billion. Okay, so you're saying 100 billion. Let's say he did. That's still not a flex when you added 8 trillion to the debt, right?
But
like that's not a flex. It's like, yeah, you know what? I know I added $8 trillion to the debt, but I successfully cut out 100 billion. You know that 1 trillion is like 999 billion plus 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a lot more than 100 billion, ain't it? And he did that 8 times.
What's the national debt today overall?
Listen, go look it up. I don't care. That's redundant to me. Kamala and Joe added 4 trillion to it. Donald Trump added 8 trillion to it. That's what's important. But you're not recognizing that. You're asking questions that are redundant.
But what he did do was decrease the deficit, which I think is a good thing, not sending money to China.
Excuse me. He increased the deficit and you just said that's a good thing?
Decrease the deficit, the trade.
He didn't say decrease. And he didn't decrease it. He added 8 trillion.
To the national debt, but not
correct.
To
that's a problem. Who pays off the national debt?
We all do. The same one that every
exactly. We do. Corporations do not. That's us. We pay that off. Understood? That's you and me. That's anybody in the chat who's working. That's us. That's us. That's us.
Biden and Harris, you said what, added 4
trillion, and that in part was based off of pandemic response. That was pandemic response fund stimulus checks to rebuild the economy. Donald Trump's was tax cuts for corporations who didn't need the tax cuts because they already had record high profits, and a trade war that he wasn't prepared to play part in.
But it wasn't a trade war. If he decreased how much we are
No, you're right. It wasn't a trade war. It was like a trade slaughterhouse because he lost so bad. A war, you're right. A war would mean that he was able to fight back. He didn't. So let's get back into this.
Exporting.
Listen, you're not going to budge on the economy. Listen, I broke down the economy for you. You're not budging. You are entitled to be willfully ignorant, and I can't help you there. So why else are you voting for Donald Trump?
The mass censorship of Donald Trump for the past.
That's such a dumb reason. You're voting for Donald Trump because you think he's the victim of censorship. Does that not seem like a dumb reason to vote for somebody? Let's say Kamala, to be clear, he's not the victim of censorship, but let's say he was. Let's say Kamala was. In no way would you ever catch me saying I'm voting for Kamala because she's the victim of censorship. That might be the dumbest shit I've ever heard. Pamela, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, Pamela. I appreciate the love. And Kelly as well. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Pamela. I appreciate the love, folks.
For their chosen candidate, mine are. I believe it could potentially be a very
yeah, but I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know that your reason is dumb, right? I think that somebody needs to call it out. I was taught at a very young age. My mom, my pa, they taught me real young. The best kind of kindness that you could offer people is by being straightforward. That is me being straightforward with you. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment by you saying that you are voting for somebody because they were being censored in your opinion. That's weird. That's as weird as saying you're voting for Donald Trump because you like his hair.
Do you not believe in the First Amendment?
I love the First Amendment. Donald Trump doesn't like the Constitution much, though. That's why he's advocating to dissolve it. That's why he said that we should dissolve amendments from the Constitution. That's why he's the only president in modern history to have violated the Constitution. He implemented a bump stock ban in 2017, 2018. It was overturned in June of this year by his own Supreme Court. Amy Coney Barrett wrote the introduction on the article, and they marked him a constitutional violator, ironically, for violating the Second Amendment, the very amendment he used to champion, but now he won't even talk about, because not only did he violate it, he is also a convicted felon and thus not allowed to own a pew-pew. So let's be real. I want to talk about the Constitution. Maybe don't bring it up in a conversation with Donald Trump, the guy who also asked his own vice president to overthrow the Constitution and the will of the people to keep Donald Trump in office, right?
What about the Democrats wanting to change the First Amendment, saying we need to limit free speech, especially on social media? That's what the Biden administration
That's not
did.
what's happening. Let's better understand this. Your free speech is limited, 100%. The same way that you're not allowed to go run into a movie theater and scream, "I got a pew-pew," because that's not covered in your First Amendment right, and that's what gets you into prison. The same way you can't go on social media and tell people, "Hey, you should all inject bleach," right? Go inject bleach, it'll work. Because that's going to lead to a loss of life and people getting hurt. And then you say, well, it was my freedom of speech to say that. No, that's dangerous and reckless behavior. Thus, you're going to be held accountable for it. Right?
100%. Do you think silencing a political opponent is the right thing to do, though?
I don't know why Donald Trump wants to silence his opponent. That's on him, right? You're going to have to ask him.
Did it all over Twitter at the time, which is X now.
Well, that's just not true. And Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, they've come forward and denounced any claim that Joe Biden was asking them to shut down content. They never did such a thing, and especially Twitter. Let's be so real. So let's get back into this.
100%.
Why are you voting for the candidate who wanted to violate the Constitution, dissolve amendments that he disagreed with, asked his own vice president to overthrow it so that he could remain in power, and put a bump stock ban into place that violated the Second Amendment of the Constitution? Why are you talking about the Constitution when your own candidate hates it? He treats it like it's a napkin.
The Democrats do not like.
Nice pivot. I just gave you a question in regards to your candidate, Katrina. Thank you so much for the $20. Logan, Katrina said, excuse me, Logan, Katrina just gave me $20. She wanted me to tell you that she hates you. So Logan, thank you so much for being so dislikable. It's because of you I was just given $20. So thank you, Logan, and thank you, Katrina. Anyway, but before we get into the pivot, I want to better understand this. Excuse me. I want to better understand this. Your candidate asked his vice president, who was not running with him this time, and this should be an alarm to you, for the very reason is to overthrow the Constitution so he could remain in power. Donald Trump violated the Second Amendment with a bump stock ban that he signed into executive order. His Supreme Court overturned it, and Amy Coney Barrett marked him as a constitutional violator. Donald Trump, who said that we should dissolve articles within the Constitution that he disagrees with. Yes, you tell me, why are you voting for the constitutional violator who treats our founding document as though it be a McDonald's napkin?
Wait, hold on. I want to go back to something real quick. Katrina just
pivot
$20.
Pivot.
I will pivot, and I'll come back to what you said. The left is all about preaching love and acceptance, all that. So she hates me because I'm voting for the other candidate.
No, that's not what she said.
I don't hate anybody on that. Is exactly what she said. She said,
Logan, pardon me. Logan, you seem deeply distraught and distracted. It's almost like that's exactly what I wanted you to do. Listen, my guy, stay on topic. If I wanted you to be emotional at this point in the conversation, I would have spoken the economy a little bit more. Right now, I need you to stay focused and answer as to why you're voting for a constitutional violator. If you can do that, then we can move this conversation along far more productively than we could with you in tears. But that being said, if you are going to start crying, can you do so in this cup? Because we can save the water and then send it off to California for the next drought. We're running out. Melania's only given us a little bit. See?
Yes.
That's Melania in there. It's only a little bit left. Do you want to fill it up? You want to cry?
The left.
Anyway, so let's get back into this. Why are you voting for a constitutional violator who violated the Second Amendment, said that his own vice president should overthrow the Constitution so that he could remain in power? Why are you voting for that?
For the fifth time, I've already told you why I'm voting for that.
No, you're not telling me why you want to vote for a constitutional violator. Why do you want to vote for a constitutional violator?
Because his son, I do not agree with a lot of the stuff on the left. And also, I already said, I don't agree with the way that he
so let's get this right. So you're saying that you may disagree with, like, for example, you don't like that the left wants to expand the child tax credit. So you're going to vote for the guy who is by definition a fascist? That's not me saying it. That's his own chief of staff, John Kelly, who said he's a fascist. So you're saying, well, you know, the Democrats want to expand the child tax credit. So I'm going to go for the guy who wanted to violate the Constitution, dissolve amendments from said Constitution, the guy who violated the Second Amendment with an executive order having been overturned by his own Supreme Court that he nominated. I'm going to go for the guy who said to his own vice president, who won't run with him this time around because he was asked to overthrow the Constitution to keep Donald Trump in power. I'm going to vote for the guy who, by textbook definition, is an authoritarian fascist and whose own chief of staff called him a fascist. Yeah, that makes sense. I disagree with some things the Democrats are doing, so I'm going to pick the dictator.
The dictator? Was he a dictator from 2016?
He says he's going to be a dictator. He said he's going to be a dictator.
Show me. Give me a source. Where he verbatim says that he will be a dictator.
Oh, no problem. Let's get some music going as I find this. Folks, if you are just tuning in, thank you. Would you, for a second? Folks, if you are just tuning in, hit that like button. Help us get to 300,000 likes. If you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. He said, AP News, December 7th, 2023. Trump vows to be a dictator on day one, follows growing worry over his authoritarian rhetoric. As Donald Trump faces growing scrutiny over his increasingly authoritarian and violent rhetoric, Fox News host Sean Hannity gave his longtime friend Donald Trump a chance to assure the American people that he wouldn't abuse power or seek retribution if he wins a second term. But instead of offering an answer, brushing off the warnings, Trump stoked the fire. He said, except on day one, I want to close the border, I want to drill, and in case anybody missed it, I want to be a dictator on day one, but only day one. And then he said, we love this guy, to Hannity. He says, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? That's Hannity saying, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? And he said, no, I mean, other than on day one. Because I guess you only need 1 day to be a dictator to wrongfully prosecute those who are not criminals. I mean, right? Like Donald Trump is saying he just needs 1 day to be a dictator. He quite literally said when Sean Hannity asked him, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? This is after Donald Trump already said he was going to be a dictator. Sean Hannity was trying to reassure him, you're not going to be a dictator, are you? And Donald Trump said, no, just on day one. Because 1 day is all he needs to be a dictator, he's saying. That he could do everything he needs to do as a dictator and then go back to normal. That's not acceptable.
And what did he say he was going to do on day one?
He's saying he's going to use the military and weaponize it against his enemies, and he says that the enemies are from within. Who do you think he's talking about?
You're piecing two completely different...
Excuse me. You're moving the goalposts. Why are you moving the goalposts?
He said the enemy within was...
The goalpost moves. Hold on. Excuse me. No. You just said you weren't going to vote for him if he said he was a dictator. He just said he wants to be a dictator on day one. And now you're moving the goalpost saying you're still going to vote for him? Are you out of your mind? Excuse me, are you out of your mind? You just said you had an issue if he said that you were so shocked by the audacity that I told you that he said he wants to be a dictator on day one that you turn around, you're leaving the live now, get your ass back in. So you turn around and say to me, oh, he didn't say that, get a source. I get you a source and then you move the goalpost. And say, yeah, okay, he said it, but just a dictator on day one, that's not a problem. Does that seem like normal to you? Do you want to break down why you just moved the goalpost? Why did you just... No, stay on topic. Why did you just move the goalpost? Shame on you. Shame on you. Shame on you. Shut your mouth. You just told me that you weren't going to vote for Donald Trump if he said he was a dictator. You were so shocked by the audacity that I said to you he wants to be a dictator. You told me to get you a source, and then I did. And this is on video, too. And then you turn around to me and say, well, you know what? Yeah, he said that, but there's probably more context. I gave you the entire interview, right? I said word for word, the sentence before, the sentence after, what's it in reference to? I gave you the date. I gave you the source. And now you're turning around and telling me that you're going to move the goalpost and that you're actually okay with him saying he wants to be a dictator now. Shame on you.
You are getting emotional. You need to calm down.
Answer what I said. Don't pivot. Don't start. It's the insult. It's the insulting, right? You got called out. Hey, you got called out. Now you're insulting. Here's what we're not going to do, Logan. Listen, Pookie. You just got called out for being a blatant hypocrite, for moving the goalpost in front of all of us. Like, chat, do you recognize you just watched in real time a MAGA Republican move the goalpost? He said if Donald Trump said he wants to be a dictator, then I won't support him, but there's no proof he said that. Get me a source. I get him the source, moves the goalpost. Right in front of our very fucking eyes, he moved the goalpost. That's why I'm saying shame on you, Logan. That's embarrassing. I have some serious secondhand embarrassment for you. And then when I tell you to own up to it and I call you out for it, you start saying you're getting so emotional, you're raising your voice. Dude, own up to it. Don't pivot. Don't start insulting. Own up to it, Pookie. Tell me again. Why are you moving the goalpost? Respond. I'll get the cowbell. I'm sure you're going to run away any moment. Unmute. Let's go. Come on. Hurry up. I ain't got all day. You want to sit on mute because you don't know how to leave the live stream? If you're trying to run away, just run away, man. You already got called out. You can't own up to the blatant hypocrisy you just spewed?
Oh, I'm sorry. My mic was muted. But...
Well, even your mic was telling you to cut it out. So tell me again, why did you just move the goalpost?
You do the same thing.
You just moved the goalpost. I don't do the same thing. Why did you just move the goalpost? I'm not asking you to ask me why I moved the goalpost. I don't. I'm asking you to tell me why you moved the goalpost. Tell me why you moved the goalpost. Next word to come out of your mouth will be why you moved the goalpost. If you don't respond, you're getting muted. right?
Why are you muting me?
Answer the question.
Why are you muting me?
You gonna answer the question or sit in silence?
It's hypocrisy. I just did it.
It is hypocrisy. You just moved the goalpost. So unmute and tell me why you moved the goalpost. Answer.
Why do you keep muting me?
That's a nice pivot. Keep crying. I'm going to mute you every time you don't respond to the question. Go ahead.
Look at you. You are muting me.
Answer the question. Answer the question.
One of your supporters just said they hate me.
And they probably rightfully do, right? You should be hated because you just moved the goalpost. Democrats are not all about love. What are you talking about? You think that Democrats love you? Democrats don't love people who vote for fascists, right? Democrats don't love people who move the goalpost for a fascist so that they can elect a dictator on day one. Democrats don't like people who strip away the right to choose from women in its entirety without even replacing it with a policy to economically benefit a woman after she's forced to give birth, according to your party. Democrats don't like people who strip away the rights of LGBTQ plus Americans, who toss transgender Americans out of the military, who are only trying to serve their country and fight for your fundamental freedoms. Americans don't like people like you who are anti-American.
Yeah,
that's the fact.
You
cry more. You don't want to be hated? Then try to act like an American. Fight for freedom. Fight for women's rights. Fight for LGBTQ plus rights. Fight for a shared future. You don't want to be unlikable? Try to act like a human being. Have a little human decency. It's the same way that you can't name a single economic policy that Donald Trump passed that benefited the middle class. The same way you can't name a single immigration policy he passed that benefited us. The same way you can't name a single thing he's running on. The same way you recognize he wants to be a dictator on day one, but you're more than happy to still vote for him. It's your blatant sexism. You're not voting for him on any other reason except that she's a black woman and he's a white man. Because you don't agree with anything Donald Trump is running on. You don't know anything he's running on. And then you turn around and say, you don't like being disliked? Act like a likable human being and people will like you, right? Oh, yeah, okay, the bank robber doesn't like that he's hated by the bank he robbed. Huh? Stop running around stripping away freedoms like stripping away a fucking fruit roll-up wrapper. What are you doing, dude?
You stop muting me?
No, I think it's funny. You're gonna get muted however I feel like it. Get a life, man. Get out of here. That's some shame on you. Shame on you. That's some disgusting shit right there. What is that? Knock it off. That's pathetic. Let's get up a MAGA Republican. I bet you that this one's going to start crying too. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Yeah, I can't hear you. If you're talking into a Nokia cell phone, you're going to want to upgrade that thing.
Okay, bitch over here. Shut
up. There you go. There's the crying. There's the crying, and she ran away. She ran away. She even stayed so I could roast her. What's that nonsense? Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. We got a runner. Let's herd the cattle, everybody. Let's herd the cattle. All right, let's get up our next guest. I'm sure that this one's going to start crying, too. It's about cry o'clock, right? 2 p.m. on the East Coast. It's about cry o'clock. Angel, you are already up here. This is not a fucking buffet, man. I mean, you gotta do the whole, you know, you come up once, it's like a sample. Coming up twice, you're gonna have to, you know, you're gonna have to start paying me for that kind of time. Buddy, hey, you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Wow. And background noise?
Yeah, you alright?
Alright, so fix it.
Yeah, you alright now?
So why are you voting for a criminal?
I have
you don't
liberty.
know? You have the liberty to vote for a criminal? Just because you have the liberty to vote for a fucking criminal doesn't mean you should exercise it, right? You have the liberty to go walk into a Staples butt naked running around while you say, I whip my hair back and forth, I whip my hair back and forth, but yet you probably shouldn't exercise that liberty, should you? Okay, so why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I'm not going to deviate from my answer.
Okay, your answer was nonsensical. Can you actually provide something with context, maybe something of substance? Why are you voting for the criminal? Did you come up for for a conversation or to sundown?
I'm not sure what sundown is.
That adds up. That adds up.
Like I said,
so let's get back into this. You're saying you like what he did during his first term. Can you tell me one economic policy he passed that benefited the middle class?
Not middle class, so it doesn't bother me what happens to the middle class.
Oh. What class are you?
Well, I qualify in the over 400,000, so...
So you don't okay, gotcha. So you're coming up here to say that you shouldn't be taxed. Rather, the middle class should pick up your taxes for you so that you could go buy another boat. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. So you really... Hold on. So let me get this right. No, listen, cutie patootie. You really came up here with the audacity to think that you were special. You were going to come up here and talk about why you're voting for Trump, and your reason... was, well, I'm voting for Trump because he's going to cut my taxes and, middle class Americans, you're going to pick up the costs. So I don't really care what happens to the middle class. You word for word said that he didn't do a single thing during his first term to benefit the middle class, and that you don't care, though, because you're not in the middle class. You're in the upper wealthiest. That's what you just said. You understand how embarrassing that is? Get out of here. That's so embarrassing. MAGA Republicans in the chat who are middle class. You're proud to associate with that, huh? Because he just called you out. He basically just called you all garbage. Y'all get mad that you get called garbage by others, but he just called you garbage. He said he doesn't care what happens to you. You know that? Selena, how you voting for Trump?
No, most definitely not. Do I look like I'm gonna vote for that? No.
I appreciate you coming up, Selena. I am just looking to talk to opposition right now, but we will be talking to Kamala supporters later. Folks, again, please tap your screen, hit that like button, help us, oh my gosh, help us get to 500,000 likes. Greg, whoa, hold on. Okay, Corey, first off, thank you for the love. Greg just sent $100. Dude. What? Can we please get like 1,000 W Gregs in the chat? Greg, what the fudge, man? Thank you so much for the love, Greg. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the love. I need my inhaler after that one. That was crazy. That's crazy. Oh my gosh. Thank you so much for the love. That is beyond kind. Thank you so much. I mean, that is beyond kind. Wow. My gosh. Guy made me have to use my inhaler. Greg, thank you. Let's try to get up our next guest. Oh, drink water after inhaler. I always forget that part. Thank you guys for the reminder. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Randy, hi, how you doing?
Alrighty, yourself?
Pretty good. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
That's disgusting. So why are you voting for a felon?
Yeah.
Thanks for the cat thing. Why are you voting for a felon?
I'm voting for him for a couple of reasons.
You hate yourself?
All right, one being the economy.
Oh, got you. You just hate your country. Why do you want Donald Trump to come back into office, so that he could steamroll our economy again?
Well, I don't see it that way.
Well, tell me one policy he passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans.
Well, that would be the 2017 tax cut.
Okay, what tax cut did he give to the middle class? Oh, you don't know, do you? Dude, you're reading off of Google? Get back into the live stream. If I wanted to have a conversation with Google or ChatGPT, I would go talk to Google or ChatGPT and cut out you as the middleman. I don't need to hear ChatGPT through the voice of Toe Mater. Can you get back into the live stream? Randy, get back into the live stream. Randy, get back into the live stream. Oh my gosh, she's literally reading off of ChatGPT right now. Thank you so much, Rick, for the galaxy. Randy, dude, if I wanted to talk, to Google or ChatGPT. You're not talking to
Google, you're talking to me.
If I wanted to talk to Google or ChatGPT, I would cut you out as the middleman, because whatever ChatGPT is telling you, I don't need to hear through a filter that sounds like Toe fucking Mater. So let's get back into it. Tell me one policy he passed. You said the Tax and Jobs Act. So I asked you, what is the tax deduction he gave to the middle class? You just clicked out again. Randy, get back into the live stream. You're not going to sit here Googling it.
I'm not Googling nothing.
You were looking it up as I ask you the question. I know what you're doing. TikTok tells us. So again, maybe you don't know this, and that's on you, but tell me, what is the tax cut he gave to the middle class? Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love, Jennifer.
Are you done? It is broken down by how much money you make.
No, it's not. What is the tax cut? There you go. Now he knew. So if you were in the 25% tax bracket, for example, which is what most folks were in, you were moved into a 24% tax bracket with a 1% tax cut.
Wrong.
I'm not stuttering on this nonsense. Don't just tell me I'm wrong. Get me a source. Go fly birdie, get me a source. 1 to 2% to the middle class, 14% to corporations. Period. That's not debatable. It's the policy. You understand? Okay, Randy, unmute. Like, I think you think this is debatable. That's not, because it's a very easy fact check. Like, that's a very easy fact check. Perfect. Hold on.
This comes from the Hill, the
Pookie,
IRS.
Pookie.
Yeah, Pookie.
Pardon me. Go get a source. DM me it right now. Get a source and go DM me it. I got my phone. I'm waiting. Fly, birdie, fly. Get me a source and DM me. Because trust me, I ain't gonna trust you to tell me what it actually says. I've talked to enough Trumpers to know that you folks don't know how to read. I mean, y'all think that JFK Jr. is still alive. Let's be honest. You send me the source? You get me the source? Randy, come on, Pookie. It doesn't take this long. Get me the source. Text me it. Let's go. Hit me up in my DMs. Hurry up. You're probably already in my DMs anyway. The closet is glass. Randy, hurry up. Man, does it take you this long to do everything? Randy, you got all of 10 seconds to send it before you get kicked, man. I ain't waiting this long. This has already been well over a minute of my time that I'm not getting back. I could have done so much more than listen to this nonsense for a minute. I mean, I could have watched paint dry. I could have watched grass get cut. Like, that would be more entertaining than whatever you're doing. Did you send me the source? Randy. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Good riddance. That was well over 2 minutes of my time that I'm not getting back. I would have had more pleasure gargling Legos, honestly. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. You know, while I appreciate MAGA Republicans being keyboard warriors in my chat, I don't need you being a snowflake. So own up, use your big boy and big girl voice, and get your butt into my guest request and come talk to me. Whatever you want to say in my chat, come say it to my fucking face. Okay? Alexis, hey, you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh my god, no, I'm so sorry. I was just clicking like. Sorry.
You're good. Thanks for coming up. Hey Jazz, how you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was liking too. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, I love you folks. Thank you folks for liking the live. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's in the chat for those liking the live? Thank you so much for the love. Thank you for liking our live. If we could get it to 500,000 likes, that'd be phenomenal. I would appreciate it. Mona, hi, how you doing? Mona. Mona. Hello, Mona. Okay, goodbye. Where's all the Trumpers at? If you're voting for Trump, get into my guest requests. Hurry up. Let's go. I see MAGA Republicans commenting in my chat. Comment MAGA if you're voting for Donald Trump. Go ahead, comment MAGA if you're voting for Donald Trump. I'm going to get you up here. I'm going to invite you up here. Don't keep hiding. Come on. I like how they all start ranting in my chat, but then the moment I say comment MAGA, I'll bring you up, they all go quiet and it's just crickets. Isn't that like kind of crazy? Like, isn't that actually pathetic? Anna, you voting for Donald Trump?
No.
Tara, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Michael, you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh Lord, yeah. I know. Tell me about it. Most likely.
Hello. Hello?
Oh my God, is that me?
That's you.
I'm sorry, I was.
You're good. I appreciate the love. Guys, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest requests. We might need to do a restart on the live because they are hiding. They are running away. What is this? Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? You want to run away? Should I get the cowbell? Hello?
What's so wrong with him?
We can't hear you. You sound like you're talking through a coconut in 1999.
Well, that's what your mom said, too.
Trust me, my mom wouldn't talk to somebody who looks like Toe fucking Mater.
Oh, well, that's not what she
But
said.
how's your mom doing? Or sister? I forget which one she wants to be called.
Well, you know, it depends on the day.
Anyway, so why are you voting for a criminal?
Why are you voting for who you're voting for?
What?
Why are you voting for who you're voting for? Why does it matter what I vote for?
Because you came onto a debate platform that says I'm voting for Kamala Harris. Why are you voting for Trump? I know that reading probably isn't your strong suit, but let's be real. Come on, literacy is important. So why are you voting for the candidate that wants to defund the Department of Education? Because I know for a fact we don't need more Americans, you know, talking and looking like you. But so why are you voting for the criminal again?
Well, because he's done a lot more than most of them.
Okay, do you want to break that down?
For one. Well, I mean, let's talk about it. The gas prices went down while he was in there. Food prices went down.
The gas prices went down to what? What's the national average on gas that it went down to? What was the pre-pandemic cost?
Well, it depends on which one you want to talk about.
The national average on gas under Trump's administration. Lauren, thank you so much for the love. And also, I'm glad that your surgery went well, Lauren. That's awesome to hear. We got a message after this. So can you tell me you don't know the national average? Is that accurate? You bring up the gas cost, but you don't know the average? Oh, and he ran away. Ding, ding, ding. We got a runner. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. Moo! Moo! Oh my gosh. Y'all, this really, I can't. What is going on? Folks, if you want to support me, my Venmo, PayPal are in the bio. We did flip a Republican earlier today, but that was in person. Still exciting, though. Oh my gosh, was that Melania? Goodness gracious. She needs to calm down. Michael, you good? You having a hoedown throwdown right now? What's going on?
Oh no! I didn't mean to come in your live, but
oh, you're good. Thanks for coming up. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? I can hear you breathing, and you can hear me speaking. So why are you doing the silent treatment? Like, huh? What's going on here?
Hell yeah.
See, you're crying. It's all good. Why are you voting for the criminal?
Because I can.
How old are you? 12 or 13, huh? Okay. Deletus the fetus. Poof, and he's gone. Let's get up our next guest. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation about it. Let me get my magic wand. I'm sure we're going to have all the fetuses coming up now. It's about fetus o'clock. School's letting out, so time for the fetuses to join. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Hi, Candy. You voting for Donald Trump?
I'm a never Trump guy.
Guys, I'm just looking for opposition. If you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're not voting for Donald Trump, please do not come up. We are talking to Kamala supporters later today. We are not doing that at this moment. But I do appreciate the love. Thank you, folks. Barbara, how are you voting for Donald Trump?
Knowingly, intelligently.
I'm going to say this. I think you are such an asshole. And I hope Trump
Barbara,
wins.
that's not what your daddy said. So why are you voting for the criminal?
He's not a criminal. Why are you voting for a dumb bitch?
Excuse me. First off, ma'am,
You don't understand.
I'm literally paying for you to receive the medication that you need. Don't bite the hand that feeds you.
Oh my
right?
God, go fuck
Don't bite
yourself,
the hand that
idiot.
feeds
Come
you.
on, come
Listen,
on.
I'm trying to better understand why you're voting for a criminal, and instead you're just showing me how dementia impacts you at such a late stage. So let me better understand this. Donald Trump was found guilty on 34 felony counts. He was found liable of civil fraud and sexual abuse. And you turn around and say he's not a criminal. Okay, classy. Let's better understand this then. And this time before you start screaming and sundowning, because it is a little early to be sundowning. It's only 2 o'clock on the East Coast. I thought you don't start until 7, Grandma. Tell me why you're voting for the criminal. And to the people in the comments saying that Barbara needs to be laid, guys, Barbara's way past that. Like, if she needs to be laid, it's laid to rest. So, Barbara, can you unmute and get back into it? Let's. Oh my gosh, I make myself laugh. I can't. Oh my gosh, I make myself laugh. Oh my gosh. If you can't make yourself laugh, folks, you know you're funny when you're making yourself laugh. Oh my gosh. Barbara, unmute. Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't have put you on mute. I know for a fact you don't know how to use that cell phone you're holding. Barbara, you looking at that thing like it's a fucking walkie-talkie, ain't you? Oh, she ran away. I guess cowbell. Moo. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo. People were commenting that she needs to get laid. I'm like, guys, let's not do that. She's past that. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, I am.
That's a shame.
You had said.
Oh, sorry. I wasn't done speaking, was I? So why are you voting for the criminal?
You paused. Well, I believe that he was targeted.
By who? Melania? Yeah, you're probably right. That woman's looking for that prenup money.
Have you not?
Hey, if I was Melania too, right? I'd be like, where's the fucking alimony check? So tell me again, how was Donald Trump targeted? Donald Trump paid lawyers. Donald Trump paid Republican lawyers to appoint a jury, and they found him unanimously guilty. So who was wrong here? The jury? Were the lawyers wrong? Was the evidence wrong? Were the witnesses wrong? Who was wrong on his 34 felony counts?
The whole judicial process was wrong.
So who was wrong? The jury? The lawyers? Or are you saying he didn't commit the crime?
The district attorney for bringing the charges forward.
District attorney didn't prosecute him. Excuse me. The jury found him guilty. So are you saying that the jury was wrong? Ma'am, you're not answering the fucking question. Did he commit the crime? Yes or no? Did he commit the crime? Yes or no?
I'll wait for you to finish.
Oh, great. While you're waiting, reconsider whatever it is that's going on in your life, because this is some nonsensical drama. You turning around and saying that I'm rude? No, you know what's rude? Stripping away the rights and freedoms of women? That's rude. Telling transgender Americans that they can't serve their country in the military? That is rude. You know what's rude? Telling union workers that they could work a full-time job, but that they can't earn a living wage. That's fucking rude. Telling black Americans that they can vote, but that their vote might not count as much as a white American's vote. That is rude. Talk about rude. Let's talk about when your candidate violated the Second Amendment and then preached that he was going to defend it. That's rude. Or when your candidate said that we should dissolve our constitution, that's rude. When your candidate saluted a North Korean soldier while telling soldiers back home and war heroes like John McCain that they're suckers and losers, that's rude. Exploiting the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for his own political profit, that's rude. Burying his wife on a fucking golf course, that's rude. Overthrowing farmers and small businesses with his tariffs and then gaslighting us into thinking the tariffs helped us, that's rude. You want to talk about rude? Look no further than yourself, sweetheart. The mirror is not that far. It might be a little bit cracked from the last time you looked in it, but it is still there. Teresa, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate the love. So let's get back into it, honey. Why are you voting for the criminal?
Everything that you just said is all propaganda.
True.
You
so
sit
tell
there
me again,
and
why are you
listen.
voting for the criminal?
It's not.
Keep crying. Why are you voting for the criminal?
Not.
Man, if you're going to start crying, can I at least get the cup out so that I could get your tears? That way we can save the tears and send them to Utah. I hear that they got a drought going on.
I really, is this
you don't want to support the farmers with your tears either? Ma'am, I'm trying to get a simple answer. Once you start answering my question, we can move on. Answer the question, why are you voting for a felon? It's not that hard. You said that you believe he was politically persecuted. He wasn't. And by your logic, would Hunter Biden not also be politically persecuted then?
He should be, but what did the Democratic Party say?
He should be.
What did we... Yeah.
He should be. No, you don't know what I'm talking about. If your answer was he should be.
Didn't the FBI say
Hunter Biden
that was a Russian?
You're
Hunter
confused.
Biden.
But that's not new, is it? Hunter Biden is a convicted felon, correct?
Yeah.
Donald Trump is a convicted felon, correct?
That's getting ready to be overturned. You not paying attention?
No, it's not, you little cutie patootie. No, it's not. Gosh, your delusions are adorable.
They've even brought the attorneys
Hunter
up.
Biden and Donald Trump, ma'am.
Hunter Biden,
ma'am. No, there's no collusion. There's no, stop it. Ma'am.
No, ma'am.
There's no collusion, but there are some delusions, and they're all going up in your head. So Hunter Biden and Donald Trump are both convicted felons, and frankly, for all I care, they could shell a cell together. I don't care what they're going to do in their free time, right? But when they're in prison, I'm still going to be trying to get an answer out of you. Tell me again. Donald Trump, you're saying, was politically persecuted, even though it was a unanimous jury that found him guilty on 34 felony counts, a jury that was appointed by his own lawyers. By your logic, Hunter Biden would also be politically persecuted because he's more politically relevant than Donald Trump. He is the son of the current sitting president who was running for the presidency at the time of his charges. So tell me again, is Hunter Biden also a victim of political persecution? Yes or no?
During the 2020 campaign, we were all told that this is Russian disinformation.
Oh, wow. She's pivoting.
Doesn't exist.
You're pivoting so hard you're going to get whiplash.
No.
Get back on topic.
No.
Was Hunter Biden also politically persecuted? Yes or no?
No, we were told that he was innocent, that there didn't exist.
Okay, so you're saying Hunter Biden's innocent. You're saying that Hunter Biden...
No.
You know he wasn't charged on the laptop,
not.
right, honey? Honey, you know he wasn't charged on the laptop?
No, but he made a lot of money for his family.
Ma'am? You want to talk about money made for your family? Look no further than the $2 billion that Donald Trump's kids took from the Saudis or the $8.2 million that Donald Trump took from China. Yeah? You want to talk about money? Okay. So tell me again, why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I'll tell you this. Okay, during Trump's time in office, my stock that I kind of dabbled in stock. I invested $900.
What stock?
By 2009.
What stock?
Just penny stocks.
Yeah, what's the stock?
Oh, different, like crypto. I just kind of
What is the stock? Did I stutter? Give me a fucking name. If you're investing in AMC, I can tell you exactly why your stock's plummeted. Give me the name of your stocks. What are you doing? You ain't gonna tell me you own stocks and then not tell me what the stocks are. Come on. If you're investing in penny stocks and you turn around and say that your stock was AMC Theaters, yeah, I can tell you right now that that wasn't gonna be a good fucking investment, right? You're not telling me the names for a reason. It's because you're embarrassed of it. So what'd you invest in? Go ahead and tell me. This one over here is invested in Lauren Boebert crypto, right? The Boebert coin. Bob coin. Some nonsense right there. It's that nautical nonsense. Be something you wish. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio, or if you want to hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our family, I would love to have you as part of a little blue wave we've got going on here. All right, what's your stock? Oh, she ran away. Oh, she just ran away. So she knew she was about to get embarrassed. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. Moo. Moo. We got a runner. We got a runner. She knew right then and there that she was about to get destroyed because they asked her for the name of her stock and she didn't want to say it. Yes, man. If you're going to turn around and say that your stock was so strong at the get-go and then it ended up toppling, I assume your stock was in Truth Social. And I know for a fact her stock was indeed in Truth Social. And that's why she didn't want to say it. Because that would be embarrassing. The way she ran away, that is too funny. I can't. Folks, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Don't be shy. Come on up.
Hey, how are you?
Depends. Are you voting for the criminal? Yeah, right off the bat, got scared. That's okay. That's fine. I don't blame you. Folks, again, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Okay, there you go. Hello.
What's good?
Depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell yeah.
Well, then a lot of things aren't good, right? Our economy won't be good when he's president. Immigration is going to fly through the roof.
Was 8%. Biden inflation was 14%. We weren't in a war.
Did you just say that Trump inflation was 8%? That Biden's inflation was 14%? Did you just say that Trump's inflation was like 50%? Excuse me, pardon me. 50? Okay. My goodness gracious. Well,
everything is 50% higher in the
Google's free. You know that, right?
That's wrong.
All right. That's wrong. So again, you just said that Trump's inflation was 8%. That would be historically high. That would not be the flex you just thought it was. The highest inflation has ever been was 14% in 1980. You just said that inflation was 50% under Biden? Really? Who told you that? And then you said that inflation was 8% under Trump. If you're running around and telling people that inflation is 8%, that is not the flex you think it is. Don't tell people that Donald Trump had an 8% inflation rate. That's very bad. That is very, very bad. That is god awful. You understand? Okay. So the inflation rate today is actually 2.1%. And it was 2.4% under Donald Trump. So it's lower today than it was in 2018 under his presidency. Do you understand that? And that's an easy fact check. You could go look that up if you disagree.
Yeah, whatever. What about Kamala's truancy law?
Oh, wait, you want to pivot? You want to run away now? You don't want to own up? Hold on. Who told you that inflation?
Points across. I could be on here for 3 hours.
Who told you that inflation was 50%? And who told you that Trump's inflation was 8%? Like, who said that Trump's inflation? You said 8% inflation under Trump. Who told you?
I said that out of sarcasm.
Who told you? No, who told you that Trump's inflation was 8%? It wasn't sarcasm. You own that shit.
Who told you it? No, Biden inflation is 14%.
Sam, thank you so much for the $20. Sam just sent me $20 because he says he hates you. So Sam, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it, Sam. Anyway, and thank you as well, Jugger, for being so easily hated. It's because of you I just got $20. So thank you so much. Anyway, let's get back into it. Let's get back into it. So tell me again, you're voting for the criminal and you said he has an 8% inflation rate, which is god awful. Why are you voting for a criminal with a high inflation rate? Is that the flex you think it is?
Tax-free overtime.
Wow. Do you know why that makes you look ignorant?
Why?
Okay. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed during his first term that economically benefited middle-class Americans?
No, I don't really follow politics.
Right, you can't. Because he had one. It was the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017. And let's better understand this. You came onto a debate platform. I'm not a teacher, right? So I'm not here to be your fucking classroom mother. I'm here to have a debate with you. And if you come up here and say that you don't know policy and that you don't recognize politics like that, then that's you and your own ignorance. Just Murray, thank you so much for the galaxy. So let's get back into this. The Tax and Jobs Act of 2017.
Gas at $6
Excuse me. That's not true. Tax and Jobs Act of 2017. That's not true. You just blatantly lied. In California, yes. And California has the fifth largest economy in the world. Pardon me, I'm speaking. No, it wasn't. Gas in California went past $6 because that has the fifth largest economy in the world, right? California is completely unattached from the United States. Understood? Okay. Now, let's take a step back and recognize that gas today is at pre-pandemic levels. So if you're getting $6 gas in New Jersey, then maybe you're guzzling diesel mid-pandemic. I don't know what to tell you.
It was diesel.
Excuse me. Thank you, Pookie. But you're disinforming people and telling them that that's regular gas. Knock it off. So then let's get back into this once more.
I didn't say that. I said
Pookie, bad boy. So again, I'm asking you about the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017. Tell me, what was the tax deduction that Donald Trump gave to the middle class? Go ahead and hurry up with it. I don't need you to sit here all night.
There was none.
Oh, he gave no tax cut to the middle class?
No, he didn't. I won't lie. You understand that doesn't.
He just said that Donald Trump didn't give any tax cut to the middle class. MAGA Republicans in the chat, do you want to help him? MAGA Republicans in the chat, this guy seems to be embarrassing you really badly. He said that Trump has an 8% inflation rate and that Trump didn't give tax cuts to the middle class. Let's get this right. This guy just said that Trump had an 8% inflation rate and that Trump didn't give tax cuts to the middle class. To the MAGA supporters in the chat, do you guys want to pick up whatever went wrong with this one? Do you guys want to pick him up? Do you guys want to take him home? He seems to be sundowning here. I don't think he's helping you. He's flexing about your 8% inflation rate and saying that Trump gave no tax cuts to the middle class. Do you guys want to pick up your boy here?
Stop muting.
No, Pookie. You gotta go. You know nothing. Like, you're embarrassing Trump supporters. Come on, man. Like, how poorly educated must you be to embarrass Trump supporters? Like, I don't even have to do the work for you. You're embarrassing yourself, and which takes out all the fun from me. Like, where's the fun for me if I can't embarrass you and you do it for yourself? That's not fun. Hello, guys. Are you voting for the criminal?
I'm definitely voting for Trump. If that's
okay. Well, it's the same thing, right? Because he is the criminal. So save us both some time next time and just say, yeah, I'm voting for the criminal, right? It's easier. Sure. Save us some time. So why are you voting for a felon? Do you hate America? Do you hate the police? Is it like a personal kink or something? What's going on?
No, it's more that I love this country and I don't
want to
continue to go down.
When were you born? When were you born?
It was like 20 questions or something, like rapid fire questions out.
When were you born? Did I stutter? Okay, so how old are you?
29.
Okay, and you're voting for a criminal because you said that you don't want the country to move in the wrong direction. So you think that the country is going to move into the right direction under the leadership of a criminal, felon, sexual abuser, civil fraudster who overthrew our government in the first term of his presidency. You think that what? Giving him the Oval Office once more will...
No, I think that
do what exactly? Shelly, thank you so much for the galaxy. Thank you for the love, Shelly.
The direction that we're currently moving right now with a vice president running for office of president that hasn't done anything in her entire career. That's really substantial.
Do you want me to tell you what she did? Do you want me to tell you what she did?
What are you going to say? She voted.
So Kamala Harris kicked off her career as a district attorney, and she had no right to do so because she was a black middle-class woman in America where every card was socioeconomically stacked against her, and yet she persevered. She became a district attorney and an attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice, in the state of California, which oversaw the largest law enforcement department in our entire country and also had the fifth largest economy in the world. So you could talk your smack on California, but they're a heck of a lot smarter than you because that's their public school service. When I put you on mute, you stay on mute. She became a senator and a vice president. She gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the CHIPS and Science Act, the infrastructure package, created tens of thousands of good paying jobs, double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created, not including pandemic jobs. 400,000 jobs was her monthly average. This month alone, she added 200 jobs. Donald Trump, 178,000 jobs per month. That is half the amount of jobs that Kamala added. But yet Donald Trump did do something. Accomplished one thing. He added double the amount of debt that Kamala added. Kamala added 4 trillion. He added 8 trillion. So if you want to consider that a win, okay. But normally it's a bad thing when you add to the national debt. I don't know if you know that. Then you look at Donald Trump, right? Kamala Harris is a prosecutor. Donald Trump is a felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster. He's the kind of person that she would prosecute. But Donald Trump is far too familiar with committing crimes, right? He didn't cite the textbook definition of an insurrection. Donald Trump, the candidate who told his own vice president, who won't even run with him, let alone endorse him, mind you, to overthrow the government and dissolve our Constitution to keep Donald Trump in power like a fascist. Who, when I say fascist, that's not me calling him a fascist, right? That is his own chief of staff, John Kelly, calling Donald Trump a fascist. But Donald Trump knows all too much about fascism. This is the guy who violated our Constitution by overthrowing the Second Amendment with his bump stock ban that was overturned by Amy Coney Barrett and his own Supreme Court. In June of this year, And they marked him as the first modern day president to be a constitutional violator, ironically for the Second Amendment. How funny is that? The Second Amendment he said he would fight for, but let alone just another lie from Donald Trump. But we know all about Donald Trump's lies, right? Donald Trump said he was going to replace the ACA. He didn't. Donald Trump said he was going to implement an infrastructure package. He didn't. Kamala did. He didn't. She did. Donald Trump said he was going to build the wall. He didn't. Did Mexico pay for it? They didn't. Right? Right? Right. Oh, but you know what? Donald Trump did do something. He passed the Tax and Jobs Act of 2017. Oh, and what did that do? Well, let's see. It gave corporations a 14% permanent tax cut. It gave you and I 1 to 2% as a temporary tax cut, and that expires next year. So mind you, when you MAGA Republicans run around lying, saying you're paying more in taxes today, understand that that's because of Donald Trump. You're under his tax policy today. Joe Biden didn't get a chance to do a tax policy because they last 8 years. But Kamala will get a tax policy next year. And she's going to give $25,000 to first-time homebuyers, $50,000 to small business entrepreneurs, and expand the child tax credit to a permanent $6,000 to benefit first-time parents. Donald Trump, on the other hand, he says he wants to play with tariffs again. Put a 60% tariff on China, 10%, 20% across the board. That is going to add $3 trillion to our national debt and increase costs of middle-class Americans by $2,500 to $3,900 annually. And that's not a hypothetical. That's the Penn Wharton economists who got it right the first time when they said that Donald Trump was going to increase our costs by $230 billion with his 15 to 25% tariff on produce, which defunded farmers, tossed them out of business, bankrupted small businesses, and passed off rising costs to middle-class consumers. Oh, but trickle-down economics works, and it doesn't. Every single time it does not. It turns out when Ronald Reagan played with trickle-down economics and that led to George H.W. Bush's recession, that was strike one. It turns out when George W. Bush played with trickle-down economics and that led to his market crash, that was strike two. And when Donald Trump came in and said, let's play with trickle-down economics, and it led to corporations price gouging, greedflation and shrinkflation, companies like PepsiCo increasing the cost on Gatorade but shrinking the size of the product 2 to 4 ounces, that was strike three and you're out. Which is why Donald Trump lost his re-election to Joe Biden, and it's exactly why he's going to lose this candidacy to Kamala Harris, because the American people are not stupid.
Okay, so
but no. You know what is stupid? What's stupid is Donald Trump running around saying he's going to fight for veterans when Joe Biden passes the PACT Act, the largest expansion for military health care in decades, offering, excuse you unmuted, that must have been an accident, offering coverage to those who are exposed with toxins and pre-existing conditions. Then you have Donald Trump, who runs around saluting North Korean soldiers, who runs around exploiting the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for his own personal profit, who runs around calling veterans suckers and losers as he dodges the draft himself. Oh, but Donald Trump knows all about veterans, right? He wants to put more troops on the ground in Israel. He wants to put troops on the ground in Russia to what? Hand over land to Russia from Ukraine? He wants to violate the Budapest Memorandum. He wants to renuclearize Ukraine. That's some BS right there. No, this... Maybe I confused you. When you come in here, like yourself, and you don't answer a question because you know nothing...
Literally muted me.
Excuse me. When you come in here like yourself and you know nothing, and you ask me a question, I'm going to respond to you like a teacher because this is no longer a debate. You can't debate because you know nothing.
How do you know what I know?
I know that you know nothing. I know you know nothing simply based off of what we already discussed. Whether economic policy focused or immigration policy focused, you just don't know anything. You're getting agitated and aggressively unmuting yourself, which just reflects your own intolerance and ignorance. If you want to act like a child, I'm going to speak to you like a child. This, your teacher, just taught you a lesson.
No, I ignored most of what...
Which is exactly your own ignorance. You're being willfully ignorant. You said just now that you ignored most of what I said. And by that means you were being willfully ignorant. You're willfully ignorant. So, there's no point in debating somebody who is willfully ignorant. You just said you ignored most of what I said? Okay. Well, fun fact, I want to make something clear as well. Me speaking up here about my candidate is not to engage or entertain you. It is not to educate you, Tommy, which apparently you can't even spell your name, Mr. 3M's and Tommy. Speaks volumes to your own illiteracy. I do this to educate others, and you give me the perfect opportunity to do so while also displaying your own ignorance and aggression. But let's get some W's to the mute button in the chat, please. And let's send Tommy on his way. On the count of 3, everybody, we're going to say hocus pocus. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Hocus pocus. Poof! And he's gone. Wow, magic is... The magic is real in America. The magic is real in America, everybody. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. The magic is real in America. Oh my gosh. Wow. Isn't magic wonderful? Hocus pocus is a wonderful spell. It's almost as fun as fetus deletus, but be careful where you use fetus deletus because it is banned in the state of Alabama. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Featured.
Okay, nobody can hear you. Okay, the only thing, sir, that you should be lighting up is a candle. You have a good day. People, I know it's Friday, but it's still daylight outside. Put it down. Put it down and check on your kids, okay? Put it down, call your parents, see how the family is doing, you know? Todd? Todd? Okay, bye, Pookie. Ugh, Trumpers. Trumpers are so much fun to talk to because they embarrass themselves. You don't even need to like do anything. They just really they take the wheel, huh? Anthony, hello. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I am.
Gotcha. So why do you hate America? I'm sorry. Wait, before you harp on that, if you could help me understand here, how old are you exactly?
I am 20. It's my first time voting.
Gotcha. When were you born?
2004.
Gotcha. And why are you voting for a criminal?
Well, I'm voting for the policies that he put in place in the 4 years that he was president.
Gotcha. So tell me one policy he passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans.
Well, the tax cuts helped.
Okay, what was the tax cut he gave to the middle class?
Like around 4%, I think.
No.
What was it?
1 to 2%. What is the tax cut he gave to corporations?
He dropped it down to, was it 21?
He dropped it? He said he dropped it. What is the percentage he gave to corporations?
21.
What is the percentage he gave to corporations? Am I stuttering? Is it me?
It's a 21%.
No.
That's their...
No. What is the percentage he gave to corporations?
The percentage he dropped their taxes by?
What is the percentage of a tax cut he gave to corporations?
Like 10%.
No. Am I misspeaking here? Is it me?
Yeah, you're not being clear.
Because it seems the chat all got it. The chat's saying it. So apparently I'm saying it right. Are you driving?
I am.
Okay, hey, listen, buddy. I know that you like voting for criminals, but you don't need to become one yourself. It's easy to not text and drive, okay? You have a good one. And it's 14%. Gosh. Oh my gosh. You bring up the tax cut and you don't know what the percentages are? Huh? What? Harris, how you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Ew.
Why is that?
That's all.
Yeah, but you're willing to vote for someone who's going to go let everybody in Mexico in?
I just said I wasn't voting for Trump. I'm voting for Kamala.
Yeah, I know, but you're letting everybody into Mexico. You're
No,
voting
I
for
just
someone.
said I'm not voting for the guy who wants to let everybody in Mexico. I'm going to vote for Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala's going to go let everybody into Mexico.
What? I just said I'm not voting for Donald Trump. When were you born? Oh, he ran away. That was a fetus. Let's get up our next guest. I don't know why MAGA Republicans want to let everybody from Mexico into the country. I mean, I don't get it. We're going to have to ask them, right? They're the ones who blocked the border bill. Let's ask this one. Hi, Victoria. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Victoria. Victoria, you good? Victoria. Okay. I'll miss you. Let's get up our next guest. Oh, Victoria. Oh, a beautiful name. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello? Oh, y'all are really cosplaying as Donald Trump, aren't you? You get asked a question and you folks just disappear. They don't even pivot anymore. They just don't answer. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Nah, I voted for Kamala.
That's awesome. Let's get some W's in the chat. I am just looking to talk to opposition right now, though. Denny, how you voting for Donald Trump?
Of course.
How old are you?
39.
When were you born?
85.
Oh my gosh. Normally that's something that people just know, my guy. And normally, guys, when you say you were born, like normally when you say, like, if you were 24, you were born in 2000, right? These are just things that people know, right? So, hi, Nikki. You voting for Donald Trump? Okay, bye, Nikki. Hey, Nikki, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Nikki. Bow, bow. Hey, Nikki. I know it's Mickey, but gotta make it work. Aaron, how you voting for Donald Trump? Okay, bye, Aaron. Guys, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're not voting for Donald Trump, please do not join the guest request right now. We will be talking to Kamala supporters later. Right now, we're just talking to Trump supporters. Hi, Louise. Are you voting for Trump? Louise. Louise, I hear you breathing. And I would recommend getting an inhaler like me, girl. That stuff sounds thick. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I already did. Yeah.
Gotcha. Did you come up here for a sticker or a cookie?
Neither. What the heck?
Well, it seems like you came up here to talk about why you already voted for Donald Trump, but that means you're completely redundant to me, right? Because I'm looking to talk to people who are voting for Donald Trump. I know that you can't read, but ING and ED are past and
very nice.
upcoming
Very
present.
nice.
So let's better understand this. You voted for a criminal and you're proud of doing so because what? You hate America?
Bro, I'll run circles around you all day. I've done hundreds of videos. Like, you tell me.
That's kind of cringy, don't you think? But let's start off. Excuse me, Pookie. Let me better understand this again. You said that you already voted for Donald Trump. Did I not just tell you that you're redundant to me? Because I'm looking to talk to people who are voting for Donald Trump. ING. There's an ING there, which means you haven't yet voted. If you already voted, I don't need to talk to you. You're redundant. You understand? Because there's past tense, which means you voted, ED. And then there's future tense, voting. Why are you voting? ING for the candidate, okay? All right, Pookie. You're redundant to me, right? Why am I talking to somebody who already voted? You already voted. Like, what am I...
Hi!
Oh, wait, hold on.
No,
Let
sorry.
me fix the mic, hold on. Fetus deletus! Poof! And he's gone. Fix that for you. Seems like a wild fetus appeared. Catch it with your Pokeball. Amanda, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
I did.
See, this is exactly it, ma'am. You know that makes you redundant. Do you want to start anew? When I say, why are you voting for Donald Trump? That means I'd be looking as to why you're voting for Donald Trump. If you say you already voted, that makes the conversation redundant. So did you come up here for a sticker? Did you want a pat on the back? Do you see how this is kind of pathetic?
No, I just wanted to annoy you. Sorry.
It's not really annoying me. Do you know what can annoy you, though?
That doesn't faze me at all.
Thanks. Bye, Pookie. Oh, you know what? That probably didn't annoy you. It probably sounded like your mom. You're probably very used to that sound. I know for a fact that that's a sound you've heard a plethora of times. Hello, guys. You voted for the criminal?
I am voting
For the criminal?
for Trump.
The criminal?
Why is he a criminal?
Why is he a criminal?
Why are you so
Why is he a
comfortable
criminal?
with
Excuse me, why is he a
supporting
criminal?
Kamala?
Excuse me, you
and
can't
then
even
coming on
pronounce
here
the
being
name
a
right.
jerk? You just go to show.
Thank you, cutie, but the first point that you just said was, one, that you don't know how to pronounce her name. You said Kamala, it's Kamala. So apparently literacy ain't your superpower. Then the second issue here, there's only one K in your name, but I know you MAGA Republicans prefer 3, so you might want to change the spelling on Kayla. And then third point, I'm asking you why you're voting for the felon, and you said what makes him a felon, and now I'm asking you what makes him a felon. Can you tell me? Whenever you're ready. If you want to hurry up.
Excuse me?
There you go. Good girl. So why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm voting for Trump.
Right. Because?
Because I agree with his policies.
Okay. Do you want to outright ban abortion, 0 exceptions for rape, incest, and life
He
of the
doesn't
mother?
outright ban abortions. He leaves it up to the states. So you should really get your facts straight if you're going to come on here trying to debate.
Hold on. Let me bring up Amber Thurman. Oh, wait, I can't. She's dead because of Donald Trump's abortion ban.
Oh, okay,
Tell me again how his abortion ban isn't taking the lives of
also,
women.
there are innocent children who are dead due to
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me
Harris
get up. Let me. Yeah,
failing
see, again,
to
here's the.
protect
Hold on,
us.
Caleb. Donald Trump overturned Roe v. Wade with his 3 Supreme Court justices. You recognize that? You understand that? Okay. And so when you say he believes in incest, rape, life of the mother as exceptions, I would say he does believe in rape, but only when he's committing it. He does not believe in exceptions for rape, incest, life of the mother, and we recognize this because his outright overturning of Roe v. Wade led to the loss of life among hundreds of women, including Amber Thurman, and has left women like Kate Cox unable to seek abortions for their non-viable pregnancies. Do you believe, for example, that Kate Cox, a woman who had a non-viable pregnancy, that she should have been able to seek an abortion?
Okay, I'm really confused.
That was a yes or no. I'm really confused as to why you're not answering.
As to why we're
yes or
debating
no?
between Kamala or...
Maybe I stuttered. Let me repeat. I apologize if I didn't say it properly. So again, do you believe that a woman, Kate Cox, who had a non-viable pregnancy, that she should have been able to seek an abortion for her non-viable pregnancy? Yes or no? And she ran away. We got to run her. No. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. So apparently the answer was she does not believe that Kate Cox should have been allowed to receive an abortion. That's why she ran away. Let's get some cow emojis in the chat. No. We got to run her. That's so embarrassing. Oh my gosh, Tracy. Tracy, thank you so much for the love. Can we please get like 1,000 W Tracys in the chat? Tracy just sent $50 over PayPal. That is so beyond kind. Thank you so much for the love, Tracy. And I see your message as well. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. That is beyond kind. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Canadian weighing in on the politics of it. I'm just curious.
Excuse me. I asked you if you were voting for Donald Trump or not. Can you just say yes or no? Can you just say yes or no? You're on mute. Thank you, Desta, for the $4. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. Can you unmute? Okay, he's Canadian. The next time a European comes up here or somebody from a different country comes up here to tell me that I should or shouldn't vote for Donald Trump, either way, I'm going to go buy a bucket of tea on Amazon and toss it into the Boston Harbor. Who's down for a little Boston Tea Party? I'm sure we could get Donald Trump to ship us there the same way he shipped rioters to the insurrection on January 6th. Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Thanks for the sunglasses. I appreciate the love. Hello.
Good afternoon.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Gotcha. Are you talking through a Nokia 1999? You ain't get a new phone for Christmas?
No, I'm on AirPod Pro 2s.
Well, maybe time to throw them out and try something else, because it sounds like you're in a garbage dump. Unfortunately, more expensive does not mean better.
Well, you're the one that supports probably...
you're the one who quite literally bought AirPods just so you could sound like the voice from the movie Scream. Do you like scary movies? Can you take out the AirPods and talk into your cell phone? Because this sounds god-awful. It's like Darth Vader.
Oh, you poor guy. It's not like... I mean, it's not a loss either way. You don't know how to properly discuss.
Anyway, let's get up our next guest. I don't need to talk to Luke Skywalker's daddy right now. Luke, I am your father. Hi, Phil. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you, Lindsay. Phil, so why are you voting for Donald Trump?
Well, it wouldn't be for his abortion ban. I can guarantee that.
So is this the first time you've been up or the second time?
You mean today?
No, ever.
I'm not sure.
This is not the first time you've been up. TikTok tells me you've been up twice before. Why do you keep coming back for seconds? Do you think this is like a fucking buffet or some shit? Like, what are you doing, my guy?
Well, I do support Kamala's abortion policy because...
Okay, that's fine and dandy. Then if you want to protect the rights of women, vote for Kamala. Don't vote for Donald Trump. Just a thought. Right? Right?
I only believe in abortion for one case, and that would be for you. Your mom should have aborted you.
We can't hear you. Do you want to speak up? I'm sorry, if you're looking to ask me out or something, just do it. You don't got to do the whole song and dance, right? If you're interested, just say so. Oh, and he ran away. He got shy. We got a runner. No! Let's get some cow emojis in the chat, please. No! Ugh. What is going on with these people? No, this is going to be a fetus. Let's get up the next guest. You could just tell by somebody's username that they're a fetus, you know? I think we're going to do one more and then we're going to do a live stream restart because these people are just like, I'm getting some nautical nonsense from these Trumpers. Like, they're not even Trumpers. They're straight up just like psych ward patients. Like, what is going on here? Slowly but surely. Hello.
Hi, Johnny.
You voting for Donald Trump?
Well, hey, I was wondering if you would give me a second to talk about.
Nope. I'm just looking to talk to opposition right now. We do talk to Kamala supporters as well, but again, I am just looking to talk to opposition. We'll be talking to Kamala supporters later today. So are you voting for Trump or Kamala?
Can you let me know what time you'll be back on? Because I could talk about.
Should be around 5 o'clock.
Is that Pacific time?
Oh, Eastern. Yeah.
Okay, I'll try to hop back on then. It was just something about abortion. I think everybody should know. I love you.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Love you right back.
Bye bye.
Folks, when I say we're only talking to opposition, I really mean it right now, okay? But I do appreciate the love. We do talk to Kamala supporters as well. We talk to folks from our own community as well. But we keep those times separate to avoid crossover between the guest requests, because if we have Kamala supporters and Trump supporters going back and forth in the guest request, it screws up the entire algorithm, and then TikTok just feeds it to far right. Like, we're talking like the crazy people. We don't want those people in our guests. Like, we don't want those people coming up. So to avoid that, like, we separate the two, you know? Hi, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Okay. Well,
No.
it depends. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Me? No, oh my God, I love you. I'm voting for Kamala. I didn't mean to come up.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate the love. Have a good one.
Hey, how are you?
Hello. Are you voting for Trump?
I am.
That's disgusting. Congratulations. Mommy and Daddy must be proud. So why are you voting for a criminal?
I hope you cry when Trump wins.
I
would love to hear you cry.
I can't wait for Kamala Harris to become your president so I can watch you, one, claim how the election was stolen, and two, watch you feed your way off to Donald Trump as you're both escorted into his prison cell. Okay, let's move on. This one's not looking to engage in a conversation. There's a reason why Kamala's ahead in the polls. Fun fact. It's because she's the better candidate. I get
Hey,
it. So
what's
you're
up?
voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, yes.
That's disgusting. Folks, we're going to do a live stream restart. We're going to be back in about 5 minutes. So if you haven't already, hit that follow button in the top left corner and join our little family. Would love to have you as part of our community. That being said, we'll be back in about 5 minutes. So again, hit that follow button. You'll get notified that we are live once more. We'll jump on back in and do some more conversations, okay? We'll be right back. Love you, folks. Button, hit the share button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. I love tea. Let me tell you something, folks. I love tea. Tea is so good. I don't know who created tea, but I love it. Tea, Boston tea parties. The letter T is great. Folks, again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Let's have a conversation. Thank you for the swan hat, the de-gutted swan. Folks, if you are voting for Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, hit the like button, hit the share button. Help us get to 10,000 likes. We are going to get started in just a moment. So once again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. If you're voting for Kamala, please keep hitting that like button. We are already at 7,000 likes. Folks, if you keep hitting the like button this quick, MAGA Republicans are going to start saying that we're stuffing the like box. They're going to turn around like Donald Trump. I'm telling you. They're going to turn around like Donald Trump and they're going to be like, stop the steal. They're liking the live too much. Stop the steal. Calm down. Don't hit the like button. You know, they're going to do the whole song and dance, right? We don't want to make them insurrect the Capitol again. So please do hit that like button. Help us get to 20,000 likes. We're going to jump on in with our first guest in about 15 seconds. Again, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. Don't be shy. Come on up. Come on up. Johnny's a very nice guy. Just ask anybody. Ask China. Ask Russia. Everybody agrees. Johnny's very nice. Again, if you go to China, everybody agrees. Everybody agrees. Johnny's very nice. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald J. Trump? I guess not. They're lost. That's okay. That is A-okay. If you're voting for Donald J. Trump, the 45th convicted felon of these United States, join the guest request. Let's have a chat. Hello, Nicholas.
I'm 38 today. Yesterday I was 37, so today's my birthday. Dude, you're doing it to me again. I want you to admit the other day you were acting still. You were acting like the computer wasn't working. You just admit it.
Nicholas, I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you voting for the convicted felon, Nicholas?
I want lower taxes to stay lower.
You want lower taxes to stay lower? What does that even mean?
You're
saying that you have low taxes now and you want them to remain that low. If you think your taxes are low now, would you not thank President Biden? What are you talking about here, my friend? What's going on? You okay? You okay?
Yeah,
it's a little early to be sundowning. I think it's only 3:30 on the East Coast.
No, I just want to make sure that they stay low.
So let me better understand it again. You are coming up here now to make the case to vote for Kamala? Because that's what it sounds like, right?
I'm making the case that the other day you were acting like the computer was frozen. You were just fucking.
Oh, well, that's because I think it's funny to troll people, right? I mean, look at this.
That's pretty funny.
See, I even got your kiddo laughing. So why are you voting for the criminal?
I want to ensure that the taxes stay low when he...
My guy, but let's make it make sense. Donald Trump implemented his Tax and Jobs Act of 2017, right? He gave a 1% to 2% tax cut to the middle class. I assume you're as part of the middle class. Would that be an accurate statement?
100K. Yeah,
middle class. Yeah. And then you have the 14% corporate tax deduction he offered. The issue is that in part, that middle class tax cut was not enough to support the middle class, and the corporate tax deduction that went to, for example, Microsoft, who were already making record high profits, only funneled money up to the top 1%. For example, Apple's CEO benefited from the 14% corporate tax deduction. They increased costs on the iPhone product. They did not pass down any money through trickle-down economics, and their CEO walked away with more money by the end of Donald Trump's term than he walked in with at the get-go of the new administration. And this 14% corporate tax deduction also led to an $8 trillion debt. Who pays for the $8 trillion debt? You do, I do, the people in the chat do, corporations don't. So they got the most in tax cuts, but we got to pick up their debt. And then also costs went up under Donald Trump. For example, with his tariffs, and this is why Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis ran against him. He put a 15 to 25% tariff on agriculture. This led to farmers losing China as a main export market. They had a surplus in supply and demand issue, passed it off to middle-class consumers through small businesses, and it increased our cost by $230 billion. So if you want low costs, if you want low taxes, vote for Kamala.
Could we cut government spending as an option?
And what do you want to cut government spending on?
All these agencies.
Like what? The agencies that are going to benefit your child?
Like where does all the money go?
What money are you looking to cut? That's the question.
Well,
if you're saying that we need to reduce spending.
Illinois has like a fucking... Dude, they're taking more money in property taxes than they are in...
So you're looking at a statewide issue, not a federal issue, right? For example, you're not going to have a property tax issue if you go to Pennsylvania. Like, what's going on here?
There's too many Democrats that keep making the government grow.
Pennsylvania is a Democratic state, and people don't complain about property tax or income tax here.
Well, California, New Jersey, those are like the highest in the nation, right? Like Illinois is number 2.
What state are you from?
Illinois.
Okay, and you're complaining about your property taxes?
Yeah.
So talk to your state government. That's not Kamala Harris. The president has nothing to do with your property tax. You understand that?
Democratic mindset, right?
That's not democratic mindset. The president has nothing to do with your property tax. Your property tax isn't going to go up or down with either of these two candidates because that is your government.
But it's the same ideas that they run on.
They're not running on your property tax because, again, one, they're different candidates, and two, because they can't impact your property tax.
It's saying if you continue to vote,
you're going to want to talk to your local government, dude. You're not even going to want to talk to like your governor, right? Look at your school board. School boards are more often than not put in charge of these tax cuts or tax rates. I mean, I know a local school board district ran by Republicans who increased property taxes by 2.84% just a couple years ago. That's a Republican school board.
But if you look at all the Democratic states and you look at the Republican states, which ones have lower property taxes?
Okay, so there's different... If you go to California, for example, you'll probably expect to have a higher property tax rate because they have the 5th largest economy in the world. So that property tax will likely be higher than rural Alabama, where the only thing that they receive are unwanted pregnancies by their uncle's father's nephew's cousin, right? So again, there's a discrepancy here. You're saying, well, Democrats have higher property taxes. Cities, homes that, I mean, look at Texas, go to Texas. Texas is going to have super high property tax. That's a Republican government, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you're talking about a statewide issue, though, that has nothing to do with Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. So let's get back on topic. So you're voting for Donald Trump based off of taxes. I explained how he actually increased taxes and costs on middle-class consumers. Can you tell me in what way his economy benefited you during his first term?
Well, I've been active duty, so it
Thanks for your service.
Oh, you're welcome. It was like better because we had more people doing the jobs that we needed to do, and
okay, but you had people doing the job, and yet Donald Trump, for example, ripped transgender Americans out of the military, right? Or are you talking about economic jobs around the country with our workforce?
No, I meant like just the military itself when I was in there.
Okay, well, Donald Trump stripped transgender Americans out of the military. Those were people putting their lives on the line to defend the lives of Americans everywhere, and Donald Trump took them out of the military. So what do you...
I don't agree with that. I mean,
right, but that's what he did.
I mean, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
When Biden got in, everyone was like getting out we had trouble getting people in to like join.
I'm sure.
Now it's like we're doing like 5 jobs.
I mean, you're probably going to have that same issue again, right? And to be clear, this isn't something we just see on the federal level. We see this on the state level too. When there's a transition to a new administration, stocks either skyrocket or plummet, but that has nothing to do with that candidate or either candidate. It's just how it happens. Recruitment tends to either skyrocket or decrease. Again, has nothing to do with the candidate. Like, it's a transition between administrations. It's what people do. You can look at transition between administrations. For example, use Pennsylvania again. You have a transition in between 2 administrations, and workforce development either skyrockets or plummets when it comes to nurses or law enforcement, for example. Has nothing to do with the candidate who's succeeding in office or the last candidate. It's just what people do. It's a reaction to it.
Do you think stocks are gonna, if Harris gets elected, do you think the stock market's gonna go up or down?
Right off the bat?
Yeah.
We have no idea. That's the thing. Again, you don't know if they're going to go up or if they're going to go down. Same with Donald Trump. Let's say Donald Trump wins, you're not going to know if the stocks are going to go up and down, but whichever way, if they go up or down, they haven't done anything to cause that. It's going to stabilize again. I'm just saying that in between every administration, there's always this like uncertainty where everything either skyrockets and plummets. Same with recruitment, and either skyrockets and plummets. It's just kind of what it is. Anyway. All right. Well, I hope that you do vote for Kamala. I mean, she's the sensible candidate. She's the reasonable candidate. You got Donald Trump on the other side. This is the guy who is the textbook definition of a fascist. And that's not my definition, right? I'm not calling him that. That's John Kelly, his own chief of staff, calling him that. Right? This is the guy who violated, for example, the Second Amendment with the bump stock ban, which was overturned by his own Supreme Court in June of this year. It's Amy Coney Barrett who overturned it. He appointed her. And she says that he's a constitutional violator. He appointed his chief of staff. His chief of staff says he's a fascist. He appointed his vice president. His vice president says that he wouldn't run with Donald Trump because he feels that Donald Trump is an authoritarian. Like, why are you voting for Donald Trump when everybody that Donald Trump placed into his first administration seems to not want to put him back into office? It's almost like they spent 4 years with him and they don't want to watch him destroy the country again.
When they elected him, I mean, anybody who's driving that bus is going to fucking get a million people saying that they're doing it wrong.
Okay, but these are people he nominated himself, right? His own vice president won't run with him because he asked his vice president to overthrow the Constitution to keep himself in power. His chief of staff called him a fascist, and his chief of staff operates his entire administration. That's what a chief of staff does. So that should be sounding the alarm for everybody. But it doesn't even seem to cause MAGA Republicans to think a second time. You know, you have his cabinet members, right? His cabinet members aren't voting for him. They're not endorsing him. Like, this should be alarming to you, but it doesn't seem you care.
No, Hitler was a fascist, right? Because they wanted the
Can't hear you.
Hitler was a fascist. He wanted the Jews out, so they wanted to immigrate them, and then he fucking murdered them, right?
Whoa, what are we talking about?
Hitler was a fascist.
Okay. And Donald Trump said that he would want generals much like those that which Mustache Man had.
He
said that he wanted to. Donald Trump said he wants generals, the same to which Mustache Man had. Donald Trump also said that he would be a dictator on day one. Donald Trump also said that he would weaponize the military against the enemy from within. And the enemy from within are American citizens. Like, why are you voting for that?
Just think we need to cut government. It's paying too much for it.
Okay, but you don't know what government spending is. I asked you where you would cut government spending, and you said the property tax, but the government's not spending money on property taxes. It's also a discrepancy between state and federal government.
Also, like, if you wanted to like look at the federal statistics, I don't think they would be like very truthful, like, because it'd be like, I just feel like they need it. Like, if you looked at like the government statistics on what they're spending, you're not going to get like the exact number because they want to protect their jobs, you know.
That's not how this operates. That's not how this works.
I just don't trust their numbers that they're putting out.
Every dollar is accounted for, and every dollar goes through Congress, which is a Republican speaker, mind you. You know, Joe Biden and his administration, they don't hold the wallet. The Congress holds the wallet, right?
Yep.
Okay, so this is the same way, for example, where you're saying, oh, well, I don't trust the government to, successfully allocate dollars, or I think that they're not going to be honest with us, then you're saying that Mike Johnson's not going to be honest with you, and he's a Republican, so vote him out. Put somebody in there that you could trust. May I recommend Hakeem Jeffries?
Shit.
Okay, you have a good one. Let's move on. That was some real ignorance right there. Oh my gosh. Folks, if you are voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request and let's have a conversation about it. If you're voting for Kamala Harris, please hit that like button. Help us get to 500,000 likes. Please, as you're listening in, keep tapping on your screen. Coffee, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Hell no.
I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking to talk to some opposition right now. Guys, I'm only looking to talk to opposition right now. We will be talking to Kamala supporters later, though. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump? 3, 2, 1. Fetus deletus. Sorry, I didn't say it right. Fetus deletus! There we go. Let's get up our next guest. Ew. Let's get up our next guest. Oh my gosh. Slowly but surely. No. Ew, this one's not coming up either. Guys, come on, if you're in the guest request, please, make sure you're by your phone, because when I bring you up, if it's taking, a whole minute to load you in, then I gotta move on. I can't, Katie, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump? Katie, see, guys, why? Why come up and then, waste everybody's time? Oh my gosh. We're just going to move into Kamala supporters if they don't start getting on their game. I'm telling you now. Hi, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Hello? Okay. Slowly but surely. Maybe I'm scaring them. Is it me? Am I the drama? Are they scared of me? Tyler, are you scared of me?
No, I'm actually
That's
voting.
Okay. Tyler, guys, I'm only looking to talk to opposition right now, but if we could get some W's in the chat for Tyler, please. Thank you for voting, man. Let's get up our next guest. Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Fuck Trump.
Guys, where are the Trump supporters? All right, I see some Trump supporters in our comment section. I need you to get your butt into my guest requests, okay? Okay? Stop being snowflakes. Stop being keyboard warriors. Get your butt into my comment section and into the guest request. Join the guest request. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If it helps, I could put on the wig and the haircut and I can make you feel more at home. You can talk to Donald Trump. Would you be more happy if you're talking to your favorite felon? Hello, guest. How you doing?
Fuck Kamala Harris and fuck you too, you gay son of a bitch.
Oh my gosh, I just got hate crimed by a 2-year-old. What just happened? I'm getting hate crimed by a 2-year-old? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Woo! The future is bleak. The future of this country is bleak if that's what we're voting for. Oh my gosh. You know what? That's it. I swear, some of these 2-year-olds have me advocate. I'm telling you now. I'm telling you now, some of these 2-year-olds are going to make me start advocating for late-term abortions after they're born. Because my goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. I honestly got to give him some credit because he ain't even stutter. He ain't even stutter. He came up and he was like, boom, 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 with the bars. He was rapping. He ain't even stutter. He just dropped it and left. He dropped it the same way his mom dropped him on the head as a baby. That's crazy. He dropped that stuff right there and ran. That was pretty good. I'm going to give him some credit for that. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
That's disgusting. Congrats. Bye. Anybody who makes their profile photo Donald Trump, yo, you don't gotta make your whole personality. Oh my gosh. Let's get up our next guest. Okay, this one's not coming up. Do we recognize his profile photo and name were both Donald Trump? That's just weird.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
So I'm from UK, but I just want I have no idea.
I'm gonna go dump a bucket of tea in the ocean. Hello. How you doing, Jocelyn? Jocelyn, I hear you breathing, but I don't hear you talking. Oh, she ran away. Okay. That's fun.
What's up, Brody?
You voting for Trump? Oh. You muted yourself. Can you unmute? Can you hit the unmute button?
Yeah, my fault.
There you go. So are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Gotcha. How old are you?
I'm 24.
When were you born?
2000.
Gotcha. And why are you voting for Donald Trump?
I wouldn't necessarily say I'm voting for Trump. I'm just voting for what I think personally is right.
Okay.
All right.
What was that philosophy? What does that even mean? What does that even mean? You just said you're not voting for Trump. You're voting for what you think is right. You think Donald Trump's right, so then you're voting for Trump.
No, because
what was that?
That
was, listen, my guy, if you want to sound smart, get educated. That was some stupid shit right there.
Okay, are you here to actually
So why are you voting for the felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
Or do you want to...
Do you want to keep... Listen, if you're going to keep crying, can I get a cup and then you could cry into the cup? We could save the tears and send them to California for their next drought. I want to have a conversation. I don't want to listen to you and your therapy. So tell me again, why are you voting for the felon?
Because Democrats decided to push out a directive saying that people in the Army can shoot their own people at their own needs. DOD directive.
Excuse me, take a step back. First off, that's some wild nonsense right there, but you want to talk about the military. Let's talk about Donald Trump and how he, 1, saluted a North Korean soldier, 2, is being used as war propaganda right now in North Korea, 3, exploited the graves of soldiers at Arlington National Cemetery for his own personal profit, 4, dodged the draft, 5, ripped transgender Americans out of the military, and then let's look at you who comes up here and decides, let me spew misinformation without offering any context or a source. That's some nonsense right there. And frankly, I don't think you're old enough to vote. Because no adult would have just done what you just did. No adult. Right? No. I didn't unmute you. On the count of 3, everybody, fetus, delete us. 1, 2, 3. Fetus, delete us. Poof. Oh, it didn't work. Gotta try again.
You don't want to...
1, 2, 3. Fetus, delete us. Poof. And he's gone. Wow, it worked. The magic is real in America. Oh my gosh. Wow, the magic is real. Wow. This is some nonsense. Why are they like this? Hi, Brandy. How you doing? Okay, bye, Brandy. Brandy said, I don't want to get deleted next. Brandy said, I am not here for the fetus deletus. And they ran away. That's a child. Hello, you voting for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Why do you want to overturn the rights of women and strip away their right to choose in its entirety?
Huh?
Did I stutter?
Yeah, I think so. Repeat it. A little slower.
You might have a processing issue. You're asking for me to say it slower, so let me try. Why do you want to strip away the rights of women in the entirety of which they have the right to choose? There you go.
Thank
Was
you.
that slow enough? Yeah, no problem.
What if I'm not voting for Donald Trump because of abortion?
I still ask you a question. When you vote for a candidate, you are now voting for them in the entirety of which they stand. You don't get to say that you're voting for union rights, for example, and then say at the same time you're going to strip away the right to choose in its entirety without owning up to that. So my first question to you was, why are you voting for the candidate that wants to overturn the rights of women in its entirety and who had already overturned Roe v. Wade, which led to, for example, women like Amber Thurman, who are no longer with us, and Kate Cox, who couldn't seek an abortion even for her non-viable pregnancy. Why do you want that for women? Why do you want to live in a world to which is reminiscent of The Handmaid's Tale? Why are you looking for that?
I'm not voting for Donald Trump.
And I still asked you a question. You're voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Congrats. Now you're voting for abortion. So tell me again, why are you voting to strip away the rights of women and their right to have an abortion?
Well, first off, it's, as Donald Trump has stated, it's state choice. But even then, I don't care.
Why is it a woman's choice?
I don't care about that policy. That's not the main policy.
You have to. I don't simply care. You have to respond because this is your candidate. So let me better understand. Listen, if Jesus Christ came down and told you that he didn't support Donald Trump, y'all would throw him back on the crucifix. Don't even act. So again, you're saying it's state choice. Why isn't it a woman's choice? Dark-sided, thank you so much for the galaxy. I appreciate it.
Well, if Jesus came back, we wouldn't even have this
issue. Can you just
issue.
respond to the question?
Yeah, what's your question? Is it the same one?
Do you believe in the exceptions for rape, incest, and life of the mother?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your weekly cutoff? Right now it's about 18 to 24 weeks on the national average. This is because 22 weeks is right around the time that pregnancy begins to become viable. Do you agree with that national cutoff, or are you saying that you want a 0-week abortion ban?
In my opinion, as Christian values, and I understand not everyone has that value.
You're not Christian values, right? You're voting for Trump. Yeah. I mean, is voting for somebody who committed sexual abuse? Is voting? You just said Christian values, yeah? How is voting for somebody who committed sexual abuse a Christian value? Is that like what do you guys normally? Is that like your thing? The whole sexual abuse thing, is that like a Christian value?
Dude, you're really good at just like manipulating people and turning their words against them.
You just said that you're voting based off of Christian values. Donald Trump is a liable sexual abuser, right? So is that a Christian value?
You cut me off.
Yeah, can you explain why?
How much money do you make doing this?
It depends how much my daddy George Soros wants to give me that day. Speaking of George Soros, if you're here, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. Head over to my bio, please, George Soros. I appreciate it. So again, can you tell me, is that a Christian value, sexual abuse?
No, it's not.
Okay, but you're voting for a sexual abuser, and you just said that you are voting based off of your Christian values. So help me better understand that then.
We were talking about the Christian values of abortion.
Well, we're talking about Christian values.
You
said yourself that you were voting based off of Christian values. Yeah. I caught what you said. So if you're voting for Christian values, why are you throwing a sexual abuser into the presidency?
Allow people to do that.
See, you got stumped here. Again, you didn't think I was going to catch you saying that you're voting based off of your Christian values. You said you were voting based off of your Christian values.
Did I ever?
Yes, you did. This is also videotaped. Pardon me. Maybe I didn't mention that. This is a videotaped live stream. So
that's fine.
That being said, let's recognize that you said you were voting based off of.
Twisted what I was saying.
No, I didn't.
And you didn't
Let's not gaslight me. Stop it. You said you were voting based off of Christian values. Is sexual abuse a Christian value? You said no. And then I said, okay, but you're voting for the sexual abuser, so make it make sense.
Okay, if you were to perfectly vote off your Christian values, okay, if you were to perfectly do that, you shouldn't be voting at all because either candidate, they're not perfect, right?
Okay, but this candidate never committed sexual abuse.
Okay, now you're just ranking sins. I understand, absolutely.
What are hers? What's her sin?
What's her
I get
sin?
that. I get that some of you MAGA Republicans think that being a black woman is a sin, but fun fact, we're all God's children here, and you can't keep throwing racism into your religion.
I understand that.
Let's better
I'm not
understand
even saying
this.
that Donald Trump's the best candidate.
You just said that they both have sins. His sin is sexual abuse. Okay, what's hers?
Lying, cheating, stealing, just like him as well.
What?
I mean,
okay, so if you're saying that they have the same exact sins of lying, stealing, and cheating, then he has another sin, that being sexual abuse. Wouldn't that put him over the edge and make her your presidential candidate? Thank you so much, Tory Tunes, for the love. I appreciate it.
Okay, so let me. Can I explain my whole from the very get go, from the abortion idea? Because you brought up.
I got you. You want to pivot back now because you're stumped. That's okay. That's fine.
No,
so long as you concede on it that Donald Trump does not match your Christian values.
I understand. Neither candidate does.
Kamala quite literally would. I mean, again, let's be clear. Even if Jesus Christ himself came down here, you MAGA Republicans would throw him back on the crucifix just to nominate Donald Trump again, right? I mean, the audacity to utter Christian values and use your religion to justify your hate-filled rhetoric, like you turning around and advocating for, I assume what you're about to say is a 0-week abortion ban, and then use your Christian values to justify stealing the rights of women in its entirety. That's not Christian values, is it? Chat, is that a Christian value? Because that seems...
You're really good at what you do,
that
man.
seems a little evil, I think.
You're really good at what you do. That's all I gotta say. Because I still haven't even been able to explain anything without you interrupting.
But that's not because I'm not letting you. That's because you don't know how to explain the justification for the nonsense you spew. That's on you. That's not me. I don't have to be good at what I do. It's just that you're really bad at making a coherent argument for your blatant ignorance. And rightfully so. That is very difficult to make a coherent argument for something that's so blatantly sexist. But please do try. Good luck.
Okay, thank you. All right. So anyway, okay, I understand that my Christian values don't value for everyone else, right? We have multiple different religions in the United States, and rightfully so, because everyone has the right to do so, right? Everyone has the right to believe what they want to believe, right?
According to most Americans, but it doesn't seem that that's the way with the MAGA Republicans who want to force the 10 Commandments into school districts in Louisiana. By the way, do you support that?
Am I a MAGA Republican?
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, it doesn't make me a MAGA.
Yes, it does. It does. So tell me again, do you advocate for what Donald Trump is advocating for? You said that we shouldn't push our religion onto other people, but Donald Trump supported the Louisiana bill that put the 10 Commandments into classrooms. I mean, that is putting your religion onto other people. Do you support that?
So you're saying that if you're going to vote for a candidate, you have to believe every little...
what I said was Donald Trump advocated for a bill that put the 10 Commandments into classrooms in Louisiana. Do you support that? That's what I said. Maybe there was a processing issue.
What you're stating is if you vote for a candidate, you have to believe every little policy.
What I'm saying is Donald Trump advocated for a bill that put the 10 Commandments into classrooms in Louisiana. Do you support that?
Do I support that?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything should be enforced.
You don't think anything should be enforced? What?
I don't think anything that is because separation of state and church. Right?
Okay, do you want to start over, take a deep breath, and say whatever you're trying to say, but this time coherently?
Thank you. Separation of state and church, right?
Okay, so you agree with the separation of church and state.
Specific religion. Same thing. State and church, church and state. Same thing, right? Sorry that I didn't say it in the same way that you did.
No, it doesn't matter how you say it. We said it differently. Why are you harping on something
I don't know.
like
You're repeating what I was saying, or were you just understanding?
To confirm that this is what you're saying, that you indeed agree with the separation of church and state.
Yes.
Okay, well, you're voting for the party that doesn't agree with that. So it seems you're voting for the wrong party candidate here. Because you said yourself that you don't agree with Donald Trump committing sexual abuse. You don't agree with him cutting down the separation of church and state. I mean, this is the guy who put the American flag on a Bible and sold copies of it. I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure there's something about that being a sin somewhere in the Bible. This is the guy, right? Donald Trump, who overturns Roe v. Wade in its entirety, leading to women like Kate Cox not being able to seek an abortion in the instance of a non-viable pregnancy. And you said you agree that she should have had an abortion. So it seems like Donald Trump wouldn't be your candidate here. Doesn't seem like those are Christian values.
With that logic, you are stating that I need to believe in every little thing that a candidate says, does, anything along those lines.
Nope. I voted for Democrats. I voted for Republicans. Never in my life would I vote for Donald Trump, because Donald Trump, by textbook definition, is an authoritarian. Somebody who said he wants to be a dictator on day one. Somebody whose own vice president won't endorse him, let alone run with him again, because he asked Mike Pence to overthrow the government and the Constitution so that he could remain in power. Donald Trump, the guy who incited the textbook definition of an insurrection, which led to loss of life among law enforcement officers. Donald Trump, who said that we should dissolve amendments within the Constitution that he dislikes and that may limit his power. Donald Trump, the guy who was called, again, a fascist by his own chief of staff. Yeah, I wouldn't vote for that. I wouldn't vote for that in a million years. That's not presidential. That's a dictatorship. He said he wants to be a dictator on day one. Do you support that?
No, I don't support dictatorship.
Okay, but there you go. Your candidate said he wants to be one.
Like I said, I don't support every little thing that he says. He's a buffoon. But I'm sorry, but with my experience with the Harris-Biden administration,
dude,
I'm
that's
sorry,
not
but I'm
American.
really affording-
That's not
affording
American.
things, and I am
saying that you're willing to elect. You're the hypocrisy behind this. You're saying you're getting upset because I never said you have to agree with everything a candidate stands for. You're
You just
saying
make
I'm
it
saying
sound
that.
like it, that's
But to
all.
be clear, I don't believe that. You, on
Okay.
the other hand, are making the case that you have to agree with every little thing a candidate stands for. You're saying you disagree with some of what Kamala and Joe did. Clearly, you don't agree. Like, you don't disagree with everything they've done. There's no way you dislike every single thing they've done. You dislike the PACT Act that benefited veterans by expanding their healthcare coverage for those who were exposed to toxins. Do you
Did I
dislike the
say that I
infrastructure
dislike
package? But this is my point, right? You do like that. You also like the infrastructure package that created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. You obviously like the border bill that they were going to put forth that would have secured the border in its entirety. But you are being a hypocrite because you won't vote for them, even though you dislike some of what they did and like some of what they did, but you'll vote for Donald Trump, who by textbook definition wants to be a fascist and dictator, and then you're criticizing me because you're saying that I'm saying, which words never came out of my mouth, but you're saying that I'm saying that you have to like everything a candidate stands for. Technically, you're saying that. You're saying that you don't like some of what Kamala and Joe did, so you refuse to vote for them. You're going to pick the fascist instead. The projection
there's
is
a
insane.
there's a list of items that I don't enjoy
No,
about
the
Harris
projection
Biden.
is insane,
Same with Trump,
though.
Same with Trump and Vance. I don't.
Did you
enjoy.
notice that you're not going to find Democrats voting for Trump, but you'll find Republicans voting for Kamala? Right?
Would I what?
There's a reason for that.
What'd you say? What? Say that again. You broke out.
I really didn't break out, and I also really don't like repeating myself.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans?
One thing that allowed Americans to benefit off of?
Can you tell me one policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited the middle class? Okay, so you can't. Do you know what Donald Trump's border policy is? If you don't, that's fine, but you need to tell
the
me.
impression, right? We're gonna build a wall.
Do you want to build the wall?
All right. So I think that what we can agree on as
I think what we can agree on is that I need an answer to my questions I'm about to ask you in relation to Donald Trump's border policy. And I hope you provide the questions in an efficient and productive way so that we can move on from this question and talk about the immigration in further detail. Can you tell me, did you want to build a wall, yes or no?
Here's what I have on an
It's a
opinion.
yes or no.
Do I want to build a wall?
Correct.
Yes, I want to build a wall to prevent
Next question. I
individuals
don't
from
need the
freely
whole.
walk in.
Excuse me. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. I do not need the whole Lifetime movie or Disney story in between. I'm just getting yes or no's. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you want
Yes.
to secure the border wall with 2,000 border agents?
I already know what you're gonna do here.
It's a yes or no. If you're a fan and you've been watching my channel for a while now, congratulations. I still just need a yes or no.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
You're gonna say, okay.
Yes, I am. Do you want to limit?
Excuse
me.
That would have
I need a yes or
benefited
no.
the security of the border. I'm just saying, this is what you're gonna do.
Do you want to limit
Democrats are
immigration?
trying to pass a border act to give immigration or the defense, whatever, the border, more materials and things like that to patrol and things like that, and to yada yada yada. But also with that bill, there was other things attached to it. I think us as Americans and people that we put in power need to separate bills rather than having a long last list of just different multiple things that don't even affect each other. Like the funding of Ukraine and things like that.
Take a step back
to our southern border.
Maybe I
There's
was not
two
clear enough,
separate
and I
different things.
appreciate the rant.
And so I
this
think
will be
what
my
needs to
fourth
happen-
and final time asking you to just respond to the question in a yes or no manner. I also want to respond to your statement that foreign aid was put into the immigration bill. Yes, it was. And then Mike Johnson took the foreign aid out of the bill passed it, and then did not pass the security policy. So now I'm going to ask you once more the yes or no. You said yes to the wall. You said yes to 2,000 border agents. My next question is, do you want to limit immigration? Would you like to put a cap on immigration? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so you want more immigrants. Got it.
That's not what I said.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did you want to limit immigration? Yes or no?
No, I don't want to.
Okay, so you want more immigrants.
But I think that there should be policies within.
Excuse me. I said. Pardon me. I said, did you want to limit immigration? Yes or no? You said no. So that means you want more immigrants. Correct? Okay. So now again, do you want to block illegal asylum seekers? It's a yes or no.
Sure.
Do you want to give millions in border funding to border security states like Texas, where Greg Abbott is requesting funding from Congress to secure the border in its entirety, where he feels that, maybe the Trump administration missed a crack or crevice? Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay. And so you already know where this is going, and that's great. So you did just endorse Kamala Harris's border bill in its entirety. The only policy that you disagreed with was the cap on immigration. You feel as though we need more immigrants in our country. So again, you endorsed her wall. Donald Trump is no longer running on the wall. You endorsed the border agents. You endorsed you endorsed the block on illegal asylum seekers. You endorsed the funding for border states. You did not endorse the limit on immigration. So how is it that I believe that we need to cap immigration, but you believe that we should just have an endless flow of immigrants?
Well, you only let me answer yes or no. I couldn't.
Because it was a yes or no question. Again, you don't need to add context. Pardon me. The issue with this is you don't need to add context to a policy your candidate's not running on. For example, what is your candidate's border policy?
Trump's border policy is to shut down the border.
That's not a policy.
Sorry, do I need to look up the exact?
You don't need to look it up. You need to tell me what it is.
Jeez, man, you are very direct about how you want your live to go, rather than just having a common conversation here.
I'm asking you for a question and an answer, right? Again, I asked you for Donald Trump's border policy. If you can't tell me what it is, just say you don't know. No shame in that. We don't need to pivot.
Okay, gotcha. I don't know the exact thing, but what I've heard from his speeches and things like that, he wants to close down the border. He wants
but that's
to
not a policy, is it?
And all that jazz.
That's a policy. There you go.
Okay,
there you go.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you wanted a direct line item of what his bill would be or whatever.
So what is mass deportation?
Which I think is absolutely irrelevant. I don't think you can do that without being a quote unquote dictator.
Exactly. So again, you're voting for a dictator who, mind you, mass deportation, you are far too intelligent to not recognize this. And I know you are, because you just said yourself that this would fall in line with the dictatorship policy. So I applaud you for that, man. And I mean that genuinely. MAGA Republicans are getting fooled into...
It wouldn't be able to pass, right?
Right, but MAGA Republicans are getting fooled into thinking that mass deportation is a policy that involves the over-deportation by quantity. But mass deportation has nothing to do with quantity. For example, when somebody gets deported, we're not just letting them go. They get deported. So you're not deporting at an overabundance level. Like, you're not increasing the level to which you're deporting. Mass is a process, right? And so mass involves weaponizing the military against its own civilians and prosecuting civilians for harboring illegal immigrants. That's what mass means. But MAGA Republicans hear mass and think, oh, that means we're deporting more. No. You're prosecuting citizens to deport those that they're harboring, which is in line with World War II policies that detained Jewish people.
When you're saying harboring, you just mean like sanctuary cities?
No, I'm saying, let's say you have a family that has a person on their staff. Let's say you have a wealthy family and they have a chef, and that chef is an undocumented immigrant and they don't know. You are now harboring that undocumented immigrant. You get prosecuted for that, whether you knew it or not. And that undocumented immigrant, let's say they've been here since the age of 3, they still get deported back to Mexico with nothing on their back but the clothes that they have. So that is mass deportation.
So how many people do you know that just casually have like a chef or a butler or anything?
Well, that's an example. To be clear, that's an example. You can also look at businesses. This is where you use typically law enforcement in this stance to check the bookings of small businesses to see if they're employing undocumented immigrants. If they are, you prosecute the business operators and detain and remove the undocumented immigrants. So that's a business, and it's the same thing. But my point is, you don't want the military knocking on the doors of civilians or small businesses, demanding their books and demanding to see if they have documents for their employees. Otherwise, they'll be prosecuted. That's weaponizing the military against its own. The military is supposed to defend Americans, defend freedom, not prosecute Americans and detain those who are seeking freedom. But that's Donald Trump's mass deportation policy. Once more, I will applaud you for recognizing that that's an authoritarian policy. And knowing off the bat that that's unrealistic. But that's what he's running on nonetheless. That's his only policy when it comes to the border right now.
So what are your thoughts on what are your thoughts about the immigration system then? What do you think that is the cure to our issue with mass migration? Because in my opinion, this is my opinion on the border. Okay, if I were to write my own policy, I think what needs to happen is I think there needs to be a immigration system reformation. Like the average time that it takes for someone to become a U.S. citizen, I think is ridiculous. Can we agree on that?
No, I think we need to take a step back and recognize at the get-go of this conversation, we have two candidates, Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. We're not going off of what you and I want in our policy, right? This is
Why not?
what these 2 candidates are running on. You are the people, and yet you have no say in what this platform is going to be. The platform has been decided. Kamala says we're going to build the wall, put 2,000 border agents to monitor said wall. We are going to block illegal asylum seekers, cap immigration to ensure that there's not an overflow of illegal immigrants becoming legal immigrants, overwhelming the economy and overwhelming the workforce. And then we're also going to ensure that we offer millions in funding to border states so that they could further secure the border how they see fit, should the state and federal government disagree. That is states' rights. Donald Trump, on the other hand, says mass deportation. Period. That's it. Those are the policies. You're not changing it, right? So doing the hypothetical of, well, I want this, you and I aren't running for president. So we have an option here. Option A, option B, and option A's policy or option B's policy. That's it.
Sure. Okay. Now, my question, and I think what a lot of Republicans and people like me have issues with and trying to understand or believe what any politician has to say. Because let's be honest, all politicians lie. You know, they either like cross their words, they either fill in the blank. You know, there's no perfect politician that actually cares for the bulk of the people. There's a lot of selfish ambition and things like that. But anyway, back to my point. What a lot of people have struggles with understanding of Kamala is the idea that she has been in office for 4 years. And yeah, sure, her power is limited as VP. You can't do as much as Joe Biden could. But I feel like, definitely had a large role in that because they are a team at the end of the day, right? But why didn't she do things in order to not shut down the border, but at least provide those resources? Now, you can always argue the idea.
Okay, wait, let's take a step back. So I want to respond to this real quick. So first and foremost, we need to recognize that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden produced a border bill to Congress on day one. It did not pass, but this border bill would have accomplished border security in its entirety. And this, one more time, was something they introduced on day one. That being said, I'm not done. We also recognize that the border bill that they worked on in a bipartisan way would have secured the border, in its entirety, but Donald Trump wouldn't let it pass. Period. Like, I want to do this quick so that we could get back to what you had just said originally about politicians lying. So let's just confirm on this. You understand that they introduced a border bill on day one? Yes or no?
Yes, but I also understand.
Second question. Do you understand? Excuse me. Do you also understand that they introduced a bipartisan border bill with Mike Johnson that would have secured the border in its entirety, leaving no room for discussion, no illegal immigration channel? You understand that as well? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so now great. So then let's take a step back and recognize that they did try to do something. It was Donald Trump who stopped both Republicans and Democrats from working together, which, mind you, is not unfamiliar territory to him. During his first term, when he said he was going to build the wall and have Mexico pay for it, the only reason he didn't accomplish that is because his own ego wouldn't let him. He refused to work with Nancy Pelosi because he didn't like Nancy Pelosi, and this did not get negotiated, the very deal he championed. He built 50 miles on the border while Barack Obama built 400. That's a problem. Then you look back and see, you mentioned here that politicians lie. I agree, politicians lie. 100%. Not all of them. This is why I support those who work in law enforcement, and I support those who worked in the criminal justice system, for example. I like Kamala Harris. I did not like Joe Biden in 2020. If Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala Harris as his vice president, there's a good chance I wasn't going to vote in that election. But because
Did
he
you
picked
vote for Biden?
I did in the end because he picked Kamala as his vice president. If he
Who'd
didn't,
you vote for in 2016?
Oh, I wasn't old enough to vote.
Oh, you weren't old. Okay.
No.
Same.
In 2020, if Joe Biden didn't pick Kamala, good chance I wasn't going to vote for him. I wouldn't have voted for Trump. I just wouldn't have voted. In 2020, because he picked Kamala, I voted for Joe Biden. That is because Kamala Harris was a district attorney and attorney general. She led the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. She was at the center of the criminal justice system in the state of California. If she was going to commit a crime, she would have been the first to get caught. And I have also spent my fair share of time with an attorney general as well. Look no further than Pennsylvania, for example. Kathleen Kane was an attorney general in Pennsylvania. She wanted to commit a crime. She was caught immediately by our own justice system. You cannot commit a crime when you are an attorney general. You get caught immediately,
absolutely.
and your background is investigated head to toe. So I trust attorney generals first and foremost, because should someone commit a crime, they're going to get caught. And the fact that they haven't gotten caught for a crime, most likely they didn't commit a crime. Second issue being she came from the public service sector, which means she was never a politician. She fought first and foremost for the people and then decided to step into politics and run for Senate solely because she was term limited on attorney general and wanted to continue her work. I appreciate that. She didn't run for president 50 times or something like some of these politicians do. Donald Trump has been campaigning for president for a decade now. Like, give it up, man. You already won one term. Just give it up. We don't need an 80-year-old running for president. Okay? So I would say that Kamala Harris, if you're looking for a politician that doesn't lie, that doesn't commit crimes, Kamala's your candidate. Donald Trump, on the other hand, civilly liable of fraud, guilty on 34 felony counts, liable of sexual abuse, lies through his teeth. He said he was going to replace the ACA, didn't do it. He said he was going to give us an infrastructure package, he didn't do it. He said he was going to build the wall, he didn't do it. He says he was never going to touch the Second Amendment, he violated it with his bump stock ban. That's the Supreme Court saying he violated it. He said he wasn't going to overturn Roe v. Wade, he did overturn Roe v. Wade. Like, the guy lies through his teeth.
Okay. And just curious, what's your stance on what's your opinion on the whole idea and aspect of the, what do they say, like Trump will probably say billions and billions of illegal immigrants coming in or whatever, but I'm sure the stats probably close to that 1 million marker of illegal immigrants coming in during the
Hey, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding. What are you referring to?
Immigration.
Right. What's exactly the question? I'm sorry, would you repeat it?
What are your thoughts about the idea, or not the idea, but the fact or the matter of multiple different just video sources and things like that of people just freely walking in without?
I don't think either candidate wants people just freely walking in.
Yeah, and I would agree with that. Do you think just people are, or do you think that the Texas red quote unquote state or the Texas senator, what's his name?
Ted Cruz?
Yeah, Ted Cruz is politically using those videos of quote unquote open border to flip?
I think that Ted Cruz should be ignored in his entirety for the fact that he's running a statewide. Do we all understand that Ted Cruz is running in Texas and this should be a defined race where he should be winning by a double-digit margin, and yet he is neck and neck in the polls with Colin Elred, if not losing in the polls to Colin Elred? Yeah, let's not take what Ted Cruz is doing right now as anything of substance. The guy is running like a chicken with his head cut off because he's horrified by what he's seeing. Like, let's be real here, right?
I'm just talking about your thoughts of.
And I'm just saying, Ted Cruz is immensely desperate right now to make headlines. So when Ted Cruz says this or that, I don't care if he's saying something that supports Democrats or Republicans. Ted Cruz should be ignored right now. Anything he says is nonsensical. He is horrified, and he's spewing every single nonsensical item he can to make headlines to be relevant before the election. Don't worry about Ted Cruz. Don't worry about Ted Cruz. That guy is... There's a good chance he ain't even going to be senator soon, so... Which is insane to be saying that about Texas. That's fucking crazy to be saying that about Texas.
Okay. What are your thoughts on a little more foreign policy, such as like the wars that are happening in the Gaza Strip, but also Ukraine and Russia? Obviously, Kamala has shown her support for Israel, and saying that, well, one, like Israel is their own nation. And correct me if I'm wrong. They're their own nation, and so they should do what they need to do to protect themselves.
So Kamala Harris is advocating for a ceasefire deal, two-state solution, and a hostage release deal. Donald Trump is advocating for the hostage release deal. That is it. Donald Trump has also made statements saying that Israel should finish them in reference to the Palestinian people. We should want less war, not more war. And we should also recognize that...
Towards the Palestinian people, though?
Should we also recognize that even if he means that Israel should continue as they are, that suggests the Palestinian people should be dehomed and unalived? That's going to lead to a regional conflict, and we don't want a part in that. So,
I'm pretty sure he referenced the terrorists, though, didn't he not?
Hamas and the Palestinian people. Right.
Those are two different people.
He's not suggesting, for example, that Netanyahu should do anything different than he is right now. You have Kamala Harris on one side saying diplomacy and the war and the violence. Then you have Donald Trump who's saying, keep at it. Keep it going. Finish the job. That's not acceptable. That's not diplomacy. That's going to lead us into a regional war. Understand that any end game here that includes the Palestinian people being dehomed or unalived at this rate is going to lead to a regional conflict, and then the United States will have to be involved in that. There will be troops on the ground. I don't want that. So then we also look at Ukraine.
Well, yeah, because then our asses are getting drafted to freaking Israel.
But then we look at Ukraine and Russia. Donald Trump, and this again.
Hold on, before we go there? Can I make a comment about?
Oh, sure, yeah.
So I'm pretty sure that the context of what Donald Trump was saying is to eliminate the terrorists.
And yet, do you know what the issue is here? You can't actually determine that as fact because Donald Trump doesn't like providing context on nonsense. So, for example, he says, finish them. The fact that we can interpret finish them as either one, the Palestinian people, or two, as Hamas, is the first issue, that we can actually define what he means. Same way with mass deportation, how he won't tell us how he's going to implement mass deportation, but you and I know that it's authoritarian and thus can't be implemented. But he won't tell...
There's no way he can do it.
Right, he won't tell folks who are maybe less politically involved about the process because it's god-awful. Okay, so again, then we look at this. The issue is Donald Trump isn't, for one, denouncing Netanyahu for his aggression right now. Any deal that comes about is going to have to include the release of Hamas from power and the release of Netanyahu. Because both of these two, like Hamas and Netanyahu, this isn't even about the Palestinian people or Israeli people anymore. It's completely just, it's become playtime with the cost of lives on innocence. Like, whatever deal comes about has to include the removal of these two. Donald Trump is not even entertaining that concept. Now, I also want to better understand this well. Let's look at Ukraine. Let's look at Russia. What is Donald Trump's solution to end the conflict between Ukraine and Russia?
Well, from the press, or what he says, is he would just have a one-day conversation with Putin and end the war.
Which we know isn't realistic.
Yes.
I mean, the guy couldn't negotiate a deal with Vladimir Putin to release U.S. Marine Paul Whelan. There's no way that anybody's going to be convinced that he can in one day negotiate a deal to end the invasion that Russia began. So what's his solution?
My other thought, just as an American citizen, is so obviously the Biden administration is sending a lot of funding towards to Ukraine.
Not Biden. Biden doesn't get the money. It's the executive branch doesn't get that money. That's Congress. which is currently led by a Republican speaker. So any money going is coming from Mike Johnson. Joe Biden doesn't get to send the money. That's not him.
Doesn't it go through the 3-branch system though?
It doesn't even touch the judicial branch. What do you mean?
The bill?
The bill? It goes through Congress. Congress passes the funding. Congress is the purse. And then when Congress says, okay, we want to send this money, Joe Biden signs it because that's what Congress wants. Right? And Congress is a Republican Congress right now.
But Joe Biden signs it, right?
But he has to. What is he going to do? Turn around to the Republicans in Congress and say, I know you want this, but I'm not going to let it pass. It's funding for Ukraine. If they agree to send money to Ukraine, if Mike Johnson says send the money to Ukraine, we need to do this, and Joe Biden turns around and says no without good reason, then he's putting politics over country. And he's not like that, right? That's Donald Trump, who threw politics over country when he shut down the border bill.
But also, so then, what doesn't make sense, then why does...
But I want to take a step back. Okay. And again, I want to recognize that Donald Trump is saying that he's going to defund Ukraine. And you're making the case right now that you want to defund Ukraine. You don't get that option. That's not an option on the table here.
I don't think we should absolutely withdraw from funding.
You don't get to withdraw anything from Ukraine. Like, that's not an option. Like, it's a talking point. You will never be able to take away a cent from them. You will be funding them for as long as they need the funding.
Well, yeah, because they're NATO.
No, they're not NATO, actually. There is the Budapest Memorandum, which was signed in the 90s, and this is an agreement between the United States and Ukraine. This amendment denuclearized Ukraine so that should they have been invaded by Russia, they wouldn't nuke Russia. And good thing we did that because they were invaded, and if they turned around and nuked Russia, this would be a different conversation we're having. If you violate that agreement as they're getting invaded, you are giving them full permission, full endorsement to go nuke Russia with the nukes that they've been sitting on since the 90s. They'll end the conflict real quick. The only reason they haven't nuked Russia as they're getting invaded is because they're getting money through weaponry from the United States. You take that away, you violated the Budapest Memorandum, again, signed in the 90s during the Clinton administration, then great, go nuke them. You're saying, go ahead, nuke them. I don't want to be in a nuclear war. I don't want to renuclearize Ukraine. That's insane. They turn their nukes over to us because we gave them weaponry. You take away the weaponry, they have their nukes again. They get to go use them. Do you see the issue with that? That's why when Donald Trump is saying we're going to defund Ukraine, no, he's not. That's again him lying to you. He can't do that. Congress would never let him defund Ukraine. There's a reason why even Mike Johnson, a Republican, who we know for a fact does not want to support Ukraine, is still giving money to Ukraine because he knows he has no choice. If he does not do it, they will nuke.
So why do you think that? Why do you think that we're funding Ukraine then?
Because they will nuke if we don't.
Okay, and so why do you believe that? Do you think the funding of Ukraine is good?
Sure, you're giving weaponry, not blank checks, to a sovereign nation to defend itself from Russia. If Russia allows Ukraine to crumble, they're going to go for Poland next.
Well, yeah, we all know that.
So you're going to avoid a reenactment of World War II, right? Just replace Russia for Germany. It's the same exact thing. And then also, if we don't offer them the weaponry, you violated the agreement. You had to denuclearize them. It really comes down to, hey, you want to get nuked? I don't. I'd rather not. We all seem nationally, right? I mean, globally, we all seem to understand that nobody wants nuclear war except maybe North Korea. Okay, so we all kind of got our terms. The best action for us is not violating the Budapest Memorandum. Like, I want another Cold War.
Okay, so why do you think that Vladimir Putin is endorsing Harris?
He already said he was being sarcastic, dude. It was a joke. It wasn't a funny joke, but he did it as a joke because he hates Kamala.
Well, yeah, I would only assume that.
Right. Did you think he was serious? He said he was sarcastic.
I didn't think he was serious. I mean, I just like.
Then why'd you bring it up?
Why'd I bring it up?
Yeah.
Because I was just curious about your thought.
my thought is he was joking and that it wasn't really a funny joke, but I guess Russians aren't that funny, huh? I don't know what to tell you. Anyway.
Okay. So 2 wars going on. Okay. So those are your thoughts there. What do you, jumping back to the Hamas idea, obviously it's been proven that Hamas terrorists are hiding behind women and children.
Correct.
And so what do you say is the best way Israel should go about it besides just sending in airstrikes and things like that?
Diplomacy.
Diplomacy. Okay.
First and foremost, we have to recognize that what they're doing right now with, okay, let's just throw everything we got at them and take them all out isn't going to work. That's going to lead to a regional war. But then, 2, diplomacy could work here. I think that whatever agreement they reach is going to have to be fought for by the Palestinian people and the Israeli people, and they have proven that they are ready to fight for that 2-state solution, that they're ready to fight for that ceasefire, because Netanyahu and Hamas, like, they need to be removed from power, right? Netanyahu and Hamas are putting the Israeli people and Palestinian people at risk when it's between them. So get them out and offer the 2-state solution.
You can't negotiate with terrorists.
You don't understand what I just said, do you?
I guess I don't understand what you're saying.
So again, Hamas and Netanyahu can reach the agreement, and if they don't reach the agreement, then they need to get out of office. Both of them. Because the Israeli people and Palestinian people have made very clear that they are ready to reach a 2-state solution and a ceasefire, that they are sick and tired of the loss of life. The people have made that clear with their protests. The people have made that clear with their action and their voices. Yet Netanyahu's ignoring the Israeli people. Hamas is ignoring the Palestinian people. So then they need to go. If you're not going to listen to the people that put you there, get out.
So where do they go?
I don't know. Go vacation wherever. Go to Russia. Join Vladimir Putin. Y'all go enjoy. Listen, Hamas, Netanyahu, and Putin can go have a wonderful threesome. Everybody else will enjoy the 2-state solution. So anyhow.
Okay, so do you think that the United States should continue to be involved constantly with worldwide global interaction?
Yeah, because if you don't, somebody else will be.
Sure, but the amount of influence that...
Would you rather have the country that believes... Would you rather have the country... Would you rather have the country that believes in democracy, diplomacy, freedom, liberty, justice, equality, getting involved to ensure that that mission is spread like across the globe, or would you rather have a country like Russia who believes in aggression, hate, violence, weaponization of their own military and government? Would you rather have a country like that pushing their mission around the world, because they're trying to do it with Ukraine is a good example here. You want to let that kind of nonsense keep spreading, because at some point it's going to reach your own doorstep. If the United States doesn't step up and fight for freedom across the world, then somebody else is going to fight for a dictatorship across the world, and at some point it'll reach the United States. I mean, it's knocking on our doorstep right now. Right? You agree he's an authoritarian.
I'd agree that he is a little too much helium to the head type deal, and he thinks he's all that.
He is endorsing authoritarian policies like mass deportation. His own chief of staff called him a fascist. He violated the Constitution, ironically the Second Amendment, and his own vice president won't run with him because he asked his vice president to dissolve and overthrow the Constitution to keep himself in power. Is that not an authoritarian?
No, you're right.
Okay. So here's where we go from here. You have one chance, right? We've had a long conversation here. You have one chance to vote. You have one chance to elect a candidate who will actually fight for you. And you may not agree with her on everything, but take it from me. I voted for Republicans. I voted for Democrats. Don't like Joe Biden. I love Kamala Harris.
How have you voted for Republicans when you said that you didn't vote in 2016? Are you talking about not just primaries and
right? Not just presidential. I voted for Republicans down ballot as well. So you look at Kamala Harris and you have a strong candidate here. We've spoke about her background, history, candidacy, her stances. You might not agree with everything, but at least she's not Donald Trump. Listen, if this was a candidacy between Joe Biden and Nikki Haley, for example, let's say Joe Biden was still in the race and Nikki Haley was made the candidate, this would be a different conversation. Y'all would have probably beat Joe Biden in a landslide victory. But Joe Biden stepped down because he recognized that that was the case, and he did the selfless thing. And then you fumbled and you picked the felon instead of Nikki Haley. So now you have Kamala Harris, who is an amazing candidate, and Donald Trump, who is a felon. So I do hope you pick Kamala Harris, but it was great talking to you. You have a good one, man.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Thanks, man.
Alrighty, folks, let's get up our next guest. Folks, if you like what you're hearing today and you want to support me, my Venmo and PayPal are in my bio. I greatly appreciate it. Or... oh my gosh, my asthma's going from having such a long conversation. Or
you okay?
If you want
get a drink of water, man.
In the top left corner. Oh my gosh, how is it that I go from somebody who is as patient as Tice to somebody who's as ignorant as whatever just came up? Like immediately starts going off the rails. What was that? Nova, thank you so much for the $3. I appreciate the love. Oh, and I see your message as well. I got you, Nova. Chase, hi, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yep, I'm probably am.
And how old are you?
24.
Gotcha. Why are you voting for Trump?
I genuinely think his goal for the economy is better than Kamal. I don't even think Kamal has anything I don't say that I don't agree with. I don't think she puts enough emphasis on what's important to me. Easy way.
Okay, what's important to you?
My biggest thing is just keeping basically jobs in America. So I've seen lots of people get fired, laid off due to outsourcing.
Well, then they should stop doing things that are worth getting fired for. Listen, we got to better understand this. I hear what you're saying, but it's not the case, right? Because Kamala and Joe Biden created double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. So when you talk about job loss, we recognize that the inflation rate, the unemployment rate, it's at an all-time low. You look at job creation, not counting pandemic jobs, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden created 400,000 jobs on a monthly average. Donald Trump, 178,000. Again, if I was counting pandemic jobs, that number would be in the negative. So they created double the amount of jobs. But you want to talk about job loss? Listen, if somebody lost their job, then they either have a very scummy company they're working for that shouldn't have fired them, or they did something that was worth firing for. But it obviously wasn't about a lack of jobs because we have an overabundance of jobs. So let's not play, right? This month alone, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris created 233,000 new jobs in October. That's...
What type of jobs are they?
Full-time union jobs, jobs in construction, electrical, plumbing, jobs with the Department of Transportation. Those jobs come from manufacturing, the science industry, new energy economy. They come from the Chips and Science Act, the infrastructure package. Those are full-time jobs that are going to last decades and have ties to unions. So those are good jobs.
I am going to be honest. I don't believe those numbers that you're saying.
Look them up. That's okay. Wait, hold on. That's okay. Listen, you don't have to believe it. Look
if
it
you
up.
can show it, that would be great.
No, I'm telling you to go look it up. Get a source.
Well, my source.
Excuse me. You just said you don't believe the numbers I gave you, so I just said go fact check me. Go. You're not going anywhere, so you're not going to look it up?
I'm about to do it right now. I got my computer right up right now. So you were saying Kamala created more jobs?
Look up this month alone. Look up this month alone how many jobs were created. I told you 233,000.
This month alone, that's...
Look
I don't
up this
really
month.
see how that correlates.
You're not
That
listening.
goes up and down. That goes up and down. Why would
Right.
that?
The national average under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris was 400,000 jobs per month. The average under Donald Trump was 178,000. And I told you this month alone they created 233,000.
$233,000
for the month of October. Go look it up. Look it up. I'll wait. Bum, 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 da, da. Jesse, thank you so much for the $25. That is so beyond kind. Whoa. Oh, I want to... Jesse, I'm going to read this out loud. I hope that's okay. Jesse said, thanks for being awesome as a Republican. I can't wait to vote for Kamala Harris and Governor Tim Walz. W Jesse's in the chat. That's Jesse. Jesse, thank you so much for stepping up, reaching across the aisle, and for voting for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. Again, as somebody myself who has voted for Democrats and Republicans, I know that's deeply courageous to say and do. So thank you so much for doing it. Oh, actually, guest, I have to let you go now. Angela just dropped. Hold on.
I just fact checked it and it says you're wrong. It
doesn't say I'm wrong. Stop it.
Just did it.
Listen, knock it off. First off, it's 233,000 jobs. Everybody in the chat.
You caught you in a lie.
You didn't catch me in a lie. Somebody just dropped a 20 and now I got to kick you. Angela just dropped a 20. So you're getting kicked on the count of 3, everybody. Say bippity boppity boom. 3, 2, 1. Hocus pocus. Poof, he's gone. First off, I said I was about to kick him. That's on me. Because I said I was about to kick him, he then said, oh, you're lying, so that I would keep him on and argue with him. Somebody dropped a 20. Massive W's in the chat. Thank you for dropping that 20 because he was pretty ignorant. Unfortunately, I can't do the psychology with this kid. He thought he was going to say, oh, you're wrong, and then keep me on to argue with him. Anybody in the chat, the monthly average today, reported by NBC News and Fox News, is 233,000 jobs this month. You can easily look this up and fact check me if you disagree. Feel free to do so. Again, NBC and Fox News, bipartisan, you have both sides there. Both said it's 233,000 jobs. Again, if you disagree, chat, feel free to look it up. I don't need that kid to do it. So let's get up our next guest. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Oh, I am.
That's disgusting.
Oh, that's not very fair.
You know what's also not fair? Stripping away the rights of women. Taking transgender Americans out of the military without good reason. Telling union workers that they could work a full-time job and not earn a livable wage. Telling black Americans that they could vote, but that their vote won't, equate to as much as a white American. Telling LGBTQ plus Americans that they are going to have to hide in the closet for the rest of their lives because, you don't believe love is love. That's not fair. Telling voters that they could cast a ballot, but that it may or may not be heard depending on the outcome of the election. That's not fair either. Yeah, that's not fair, is it?
I don't think Donald Trump said any of those things directly.
He did through his actions.
I think a lot of actions.
For example,
saying something and
doing
something are two different
for
things.
his actions. So you're saying something and doing something are two different things? Yeah, actions speak louder than words, if anything. For example, he didn't have to say he wants to take transgender Americans out of the military. He did it. He stripped transgender Americans out of the military via executive order. So don't tell me, saying something and doing something is different. Yeah, actions are worse. Actions are louder than words. That was insane what you just said. That was wild.
Why do you think transgender people should be in the military?
Because they're putting their life on the line to defend yours? Just a thought? Anyway, so why are you voting for a convicted felon, sexual abuser, and civil fraudster?
I just have a really big fear that the Harris Walls Foundation wants to get rid of free speech. They said a lot of things.
Foundation?
Harrison Walls, their campaign, they want to get rid of free speech.
Really? Because they don't seem that interested in violating the Constitution, but Donald Trump, for example, violated the Second Amendment, right? He implemented a bump stock ban 2017 to 2018, and it was overturned in this year by his own Supreme Court. June of this year. Check it out. His own bump stock ban overturned by Amy Coney Barrett and his Supreme Court justices, as they ruled he is the first modern-day president to violate the Constitution. More ironically, the Second Amendment. So you want to talk about a constitutional violator, look no further than your own guest.
I'm not
right?
following.
I mean, this is your candidate. Your candidate wanted to violate the Constitution, and yet you invited him to be your candidate, so that's on you.
Well, at least we got to vote for a candidate, right? Kamala was just kind of appointed.
No, actually, you get to vote for a candidate because of Kamala, right? You get to vote for a candidate because of Kamala. Donald Trump wanted to overthrow the government in its entirety. Donald Trump was going to overthrow the will of the people in 2021, and he asked Mike Pence to do so by dissolving the Constitution so that he could remain in office. Donald Trump, the guy who had a fake elector scheme under his belt to toss out the Electoral College electorate and put himself into office. I mean, you want to talk about...
I agree that was inappropriate.
That's not just inappropriate. That was treason.
Yes, I agree with you. Do you also believe that it was treasonous for the FBI to pressure Facebook to suppress the Hunter Biden laptop story?
This was already debunked. And Mark Zuckerberg has come out on this very point, and I watched the entire press conference. Did you like not watch the press conference on this, or are you just reading a talking point from an article?
I watched the press conference.
You said you watched the press conference?
I watched the PR statement.
Pardon me, take a step back. You just said that you watched the press conference.
He said that the
take a step back. Take a step back. Take a step back. Take a step back. You're speaking nonsense. If you watch the press conference, then you wouldn't be saying what you're saying now.
Talk over people, and you don't have a.
I talk over you when you misinform.
No, you talk over me anytime.
I talk over when you misinform.
There you go. See,
but pardon me, you just said that you are more than happy to vote for somebody who committed treason.
I think you.
Respectfully, I think you should shut your mouth when somebody is speaking. So again, you just said that you were more than happy to vote for Donald Trump, but in the same breath, you said that he committed treason.
I think you would flip a lot more.
Do you understand? Pardon me.
Talking over.
Thank you very much. The fact of the matter is, I'm not looking to flip your vote. And maybe this is a misunderstanding. I am not looking to educate you or flip your vote. I'm doing one thing in specific, and that is flipping moderate Republicans and normal Republicans, which you are not. I'm looking to, pardon me, maybe I stuttered here, but I wasn't done speaking. Again, you come up here so that I can make a fool of you. You come up here so that I can make you look to be the ignoramus as you are. For example, I'm proving you're a hypocrite right now because you just said that Donald Trump committed treason, right? You said that Donald Trump committed treason. In the same breath, you said you wanted to vote for him. You said that Kamala would violate the Constitution when Donald Trump already did, right? You're aggressively unmuting yourself now because now I'm proving that you can't control your anger. And this is the point. This is why I do this. To make you out to be exactly as you are. I'm showing your true colors to a crowd of well over 3,000 people. And there are many Republicans tuning in right now, and those are the Republicans I'm trying to reach. Not you, and not MAGA Republicans, but moderate Republicans who are on the fence. That is why I do this, and that has been very successful. Today alone, I flipped 3 Republicans. Those are on the fence Republicans. I'm not looking to flip you. Okay? Okay, bye-bye. I think people get confused, right? Like the MAGA Republicans who come up here and they're like, you're not going to flip me that way. I'm not trying to flip you. Tice might be the only Republican who came up here who I actually engaged in trying to flip. Other than that, I'm not looking to flip the MAGA Republicans who come up here. I'm showing their hypocrisy. I'm showing their ignorance. The same way in the same breath he said that he would vote for somebody who committed treason and said that Donald Trump committed treason. The same way he said he wouldn't vote for somebody who violated the Constitution, but Donald Trump's own Supreme Court said he violated the Constitution. See you guys get why I do this? I'm reaching people listening in. I'm not looking to reach the people who are coming up here to spew their nonsense. Like he straight up said he would vote for somebody who committed treason. Like, you want to be associated with that? Like, come on. Hello, guys. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's gross.
And who are you voting for?
Kamala Harris, the prosecutor. So why are you voting for the felon? Somebody that would typically be prosecuted by Kamala.
What was that?
Do I need to repeat myself? Really?
Yes.
I'm not going to. Why are you voting for a criminal?
I'm choosing to vote for Donald Trump because
yes, a criminal
because I choose to vote for him, and he's
wow. What a coherent argument! That's like saying I eat this cookie because I want to eat this cookie. Again, when I ask you a question like why are you voting for Donald Trump, give some context here. This is like me asking you, hey, what do you want to eat tonight? And you say I want something edible. Give me an ingredients list and a recipe. Okay, good luck. Go ahead.
Well, the reason I'm voting for Donald Trump is because...
Her? You just said you're voting for her, Donald Trump?
No.
Donald Trump's a her? Is Donald Trump a her?
Yeah.
Rebecca, thank you so much for the $5. I appreciate the love. Thank you so much. So how long has Donald Trump been a her for? This is new. You said Donald Trump's her? Are you running away? What happened? Should I get my cowbell? Do we have a runner?
No,
okay.
I'm still here.
There you go. So how long has Donald Trump been a her?
He's a man.
Wait, I'm sorry. So you just said you think Donald Trump's a man? Oh man, you still can't get it together.
Yeah, I believe.
So let me get this right. You think Donald Trump's a man, but you're going to refer to him as a her.
Well, he does.
What's going on? Man, you MAGA Republicans, for you people who run around saying that Democrats don't know what a man and a woman is, Dang, you're really showing your own hypocrisy today, ain't you? Some
I didn't
wild
say
stuff
that.
right there.
I'm
So anyway,
actually
why are you voting for a criminal?
people to identify the way they want to identify.
Oh,
That has nothing-
fantastic. So then I assume you'll denounce Donald Trump for stripping transgender Americans out of the military.
No.
Oh,
No.
you won't. Oh, well, there's the hypocrisy again.
No.
So why are you voting for the criminal?
No. The only issue I have with the whole transgender thing is
Why are you voting for the
transgendering
criminal?
children.
You're voting for the criminal because...
I'm voting for Donald Trump because of his policies. And one of the policies that he's going for is to deport illegal.
Okay, you understand that's called
People.
deportation, right?
Yeah.
Deportation of illegal immigrants isn't revolutionary, and Donald Trump's not running on that. You
Right.
understand that deportation is underway today. It was underway during Donald Trump, underway during Barack Obama, underway during George Bush, Bill Clinton, Ronald Reagan. This isn't new. Jimmy Carter. Like deportation's not new. So you're saying he's running on deporting.
I didn't say it was new.
You just said that you believe in deportation, as do I.
Right,
And you
exactly.
just said that your candidate's running on it.
So-
I'm sorry. So, like, do you, Both candidates are running on deportation. That's not, all of America's fucking running on deportation. You understand that it's already in existence? So you're talking about mass deportation.
Right.
That's what you meant to say. So I'll help you here. What is mass deportation? Because it's not deportation. That is what Donald Trump is running on. The policy is called mass deportation, and that's not deportation. So can you tell me what it is? Because apparently you're confused.
I'm voting for a candidate that's actually going to do something about it.
Thank
especially
you.
when asked
Stay on
about it.
topic. Don't pivot. Respond.
I am on topic.
No, you're not. What's mass deportation?
You tell me.
No, you tell me. It's your
Okay.
candidate.
Well, mass portation, in simpler terms, it means that
Mass portation? It's mass
yeah.
deportation.
Mass deportation.
You're
It
not
means
mass
to-
porting people.
It
That's
means
that's
to,
a text
it
form.
means remove people who don't belong here.
No, that's deportation, and that's already
Vastly.
underway.
Vastly.
Mass deportation. What is mass deportation?
That's what mass means. Mass
No.
means big. Deportation means
no,
to
it
leave.
doesn't.
To
Mass,
leave.
mass
Let's keep
is not
it. Let's
a quantity.
just keep it.
Hold on,
Let's keep
you're
it real.
confused. Hold on. Mass is not a quantity. Mass is a process. Your candidate's running on mass deportation. You just said he is going to deport at a higher extent than we are right now. That doesn't make sense. That's incoherent. That's not a coherent argument because nobody is currently catching illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants right now and then not deporting them. There's not a catch and release policy in place. So they are getting deported. Mass is a process of finding illegal immigrants. Do you know how he's going to implement that policy?
No.
Right, which is because, and not any fault to you, because Donald Trump isn't telling you. He won't tell you how he's going to implement it because it doesn't sound good on paper once you start telling people that mass doesn't mean quantity, that it's a process. Notice how you thought it was a quantity and you didn't know it was a process? Okay.
Well, I do.
That is
believe
what
it's
he
a-
wants.
I do-
Wait, hold
I
on.
do know
I'm
that
not
is a
done.
process.
I'm not done.
It is.
That
It is
is-
a process.
Okay.
Of course, it's a process.
Knock it off. You didn't know. You said yourself it was a quantity, and that's what he wants you to think. Mass deportation is a process. It is the process of weaponizing the military against its own people. You have the military knocking on the doors of citizens to see if they are harboring undocumented immigrants. You have the military knocking on the doors of small businesses to see if they're employing undocumented immigrants. And if they are, those homeowners, those small business entrepreneurs, they will be prosecuted, whether they knew or did not know that they were harboring immigrants. And this is a policy that falls in line with that of which what we saw in World War II. So, if you want to endorse a World War II policy, I guess you have the right to do so. Can't stop you. All I can do is try to educate you. But I grew up on a diary. I read a diary about a little girl. Her name was Anne. And this is a policy that she was familiar with. You deport those as which the government dislikes, and they are detained and relocated to somewhere of which we don't know. I don't want that. I don't want that in America. And I'd like to think that you wouldn't either. But maybe I'm wrong. Is that what you want?
So yeah, and that's part of the process. Another reason why I'm
So you
voting
just
for
said that's what you want, to implement policies that are reminiscent to that of World War II.
that's not what's going to happen.
Is that what you want? Because that's what mass deportation
I
is.
believe that's a bit extreme.
That's not. That is what it is.
And that's opinion based, but
That's not opinion based.
it is.
No.
Another reason.
No. Go look it up and then come back. Don't tell me that's opinion based. And then don't tell me that you support that as well. Mm-mm. Hi, Karen. Are you voting for Donald Trump? Karen? Karen?
Oh, no way. Is that me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
That's you. Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no. He's a rapist and a criminal, a fascist, reads Hitler books, trying to take us
thank
back
you for coming
200
up,
years.
Karen.
No way.
Thank you. I appreciate the love, Karen. Thank you. Let's get some W's for Karen in the chat. That's Karen with an I. I want to say a massive thank you to Brandy. Brandy, thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much. And I see your message here as well. I appreciate it. Rebecca, thank you for the $5. And yes, I am feeling okay. My asthma's acting up today. I took my inhaler twice. For those of y'all, can we get some W asthmas in the chat? Where's my asthmaniacs at, by the way? For those of you with asthma, you get this as well as I do. On both sides of the aisle, y'all get this. When you take your inhaler too much, and I did 2 pumps, which was my mistake, it makes your asthma worse. It does not make it better. So, like, for example, my asthma is now worse because I overdid the inhaler. And that's on me. We've all been there. Hello, guest. Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I'm actually an independent, undecided. I just have a question for
Okay.
you.
Would you mind messaging me it?
What's that?
Message me it.
The question?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Cool. Folks, yeah, my messages are open. If you folks have any questions, feel free to send them over, you know? Okay, this one's not coming up. You know what? I don't think we're getting any more Trumpers up here. What's going on? Where are the Trumpers at? Trumpers, if you're voting for Donald Trump, join the guest request. Don't be a bum. Come on up, let's conversate. And I promise you that it won't be a date. The fuck did I just sing? Hello, are you voting for Donald Trump?
Yes.
That's a disgusting shame. So why are you voting for a criminal?
So why are you saying he's a criminal?
Because the justice system says he's a criminal.
So what did the justice system do about it?
Well, he's out on bail and awaiting sentencing this month.
Do you honestly think he's going to be sentenced?
Yeah, he has no way out of it. His sentencing isn't going to consist of prison time, of course, because he's a first-time felony offense, even though it was 34 felonies. It's his first time getting sentenced on it. So he'll receive probation, and he will receive probation. There's no way out of this, because it was a unanimous jury. And not only was the jury unanimous, they were appointed by his own lawyers.
What were the 34 felonies?
Falsifying business records, checks, and statements.
Okay, so aren't those qualified as misdemeanors?
No, they're felony offenses. And they've been like that for years now. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate the love, Jennifer. Thank you.
Do you know how many businesses commit those same misdemeanors?
I know how many businesses Donald Trump went bankrupt on. We could talk about Trump University, Trump Casino. I mean, let's all think, how do you bankrupt a casino, by the way? Let alone 3 times. Like, you guys understand the whole point of a casino is to rip off the middle class. How do you lose money on a casino? Like, the fuck? And then let's talk about Trump Water, Trump Vodka, Trump Airline, which literally crashed. I'm not talking about figuratively. I'm talking.
Less if he bankrupts it.
And then, you know, Trump Football League
bankrupts a casino.
Sure.
I care about right now is somebody that can run our country back on course.
How is it off course right now?
And you've got to be kidding me.
I'm really not.
I mean, look at the price of gas. Look at the price of food.
What is the price of gas right now? And what is the inflation rate right now? Joyce, thank you so much for the $20. Y'all are too nice. Thank you so much for the love, Joyce. Thank you.
Under
That is
Trump,
beyond kind.
It was, what was it, 1.25%? Now it's like 8 or 9%.
What? What was that? 8 or 9% inflation rate? Huh? Dude, the inflation rate today is 2.1%.
Oh my gosh.
That's not questionable. Do you want to go fact check it? Fact check it. Go look it up. I'll wait. Get a source.
Wait. Are you, what is your source?
Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it. Get a source that proves me wrong. I'll wait. Bum, ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. Okay, what's your source? Can you hurry up? I really don't have all day, Russ. I got better things to do, like watch paint dry.
Well,
welcome back.
Because all you're doing is just sitting.
So what's the source? It was 2.1% as of today. Do you have anything that proves me wrong?
Yes.
What? Thank you so much for the galaxy deck. I appreciate it.
All you got to do is look.
What media source tells you?
Hey, are you going to let me talk? I'll let you talk.
Let me think. Give me a second. If I let you talk, I'll have to hear your voice, and that means I would have to listen to Tomater talk about nonsense.
Yeah, then what is the whole purpose of you doing?
And if I don't let you talk, then I would miss the opportunity to embarrass you. So I guess I will let you talk, Tomater. Hurry up. What is the source? Okay. Victor, thank you so much for the $10. I appreciate it, Victor. That one was for you. Victor just sent me $10 to mute you, so I just muted you. You're welcome, Russ. Whenever you're ready, if you want to unmute. That was for Victor. W. Victor. Thank you, Victor. That was a massive public service. Anyway, continue.
So the source is reality.
The source is reality. Okay.
Hey,
what is your source?
Listen to me. No, listen. You might learn something.
All right. I don't want to learn something from you.
Rather
you don't know
than
what you're
having to
talking
sit in front
about.
of your computer
Oh,
all-
and that's for Marianne. Marianne, thank you so much for the $20. That is beyond kind. W. Marianne's. Marianne just sent $20 to mute you, so thank you so much, Marianne. Again, a public service. Wow, y'all are really doing your public service today, ain't you? So, Russ, let me better understand this. You're saying that the inflation rate today is 8 or 9%, which, mind you, it's not. The highest inflation rate our country has ever experienced was 14% in the 1980. The inflation rate today is 2.1%. A couple of days ago, it was 2.4%. So it's on a downtrend, and it's actually lower today than that of which it was in 2018 under Donald Trump. The reason groceries are still high at the grocery store has nothing to do with the inflation rate. It has to do with price gouging. It has to do with corporate greed. And until you point your finger at corporations like Kroger, who admitted to this just a few weeks ago, to the practice of price gouging, until you point your finger at them, you will continue to get defrauded and ripped off. And that's on you then. Then you are to blame for allowing them to rip you off. So you can vote for Kamala Harris, who has a plan to ban the practice of price gouging outright, or you can vote for Donald Trump, who fans the flames of price gouging through policies like his 14% corporate tax deduction that increased costs on products like Gatorade operated by PepsiCo. You want to vote for that? Please feel free to do so. I will laugh at you all the way to the bankruptcy counter as you go out of business. You do you.
So are you saying that Kamala's going to stop the price gouging?
Out of everything I just said, that's the only thing you took away, huh? And that doesn't seem blatantly pathetic to you?
All you are is just words. I mean, you're just speaking words.
Wait 1 second.
Mumble jumble.
Oh, Mallory just sent $5 to mute you, so we're just going to put you on mute. Thank you so much, Mallory. Mallory says, keep muting him, Pokey. All right, I got you, Mallory. Anyway, Russ, whenever you're ready, you can feel free to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
You're so welcome. Thanks for being so disliked. It's because you're so hated by the audience here today that they're supporting me. And I can't wait to continue using those funds to travel the swing state of Pennsylvania and meet voters so that I can force your candidate to lose this presidential race. I'm so excited. So thank you so much, Russ. You're really helping the Democratic movement today, and that's a big W for Russ. Actually, let's get some W's to Russ in the chat. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ, for electing more Democrats. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Russ. You must be a proud Democrat yourself, huh? Thank you so much.
I'm not.
Oh, look, and another one. Thank you so much. Elumar. Elumar. Well, that's a gorgeous name. Holy shit. Elumar? Oh my gosh. Elumar with the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Russ, that was to mute you again. I'm sorry if this is ticking you off, but unfortunately, the people get what the people want. Oh, Brandy as well. Oh, and Zaria. So actually, this one's for Brandy. So Brandy got another mute on you. Oh my gosh. And Zaria, you're too funny. You're too funny, Zaria. That's funny. I can't.
So if you're saying we're dealing with price gouging now.
Sorry, that was one more. Whenever you're ready, you can unmute. Listen, people are supporting me, and they're telling me to mute you as they support me, so unfortunately...
That's fine. I don't care.
No, I know you do, though.
I mean, what will it cost to mute you, actually?
Depends. Anyway,
$20?
So let's get back into it.
No.
Can you tell me again, what is the inflation rate?
Okay, no, my question is this. So you're saying we're dealing with price gouging right now. That's why everything costs expensive.
It's not me saying it, right? It's corporations like Kroger who admitted to it just a few weeks ago. They said they're price gouging us.
Okay, then who's president?
LOL, somebody goes, what is this? Angela goes $1,000 and Johnny will mute himself. Y'all, drop 1,000, I'll mute myself. Oh my gosh.
So
Angela, you're wild.
Is, if we're dealing with price gouging, who's president right now? Why aren't they doing anything about it now? What's going to be different?
About? You understand that Congress needs to take action, right? And now you're making the case to vote for a Democratic Congress because Speaker Mike Johnson won't take action.
Okay, if that's the case, then how is Kamala committing that she's going to stop it whenever she becomes president? How can she do it?
Because she's going to win Congress. She's slated to win the House right now. You understand that?
She's not going to win Congress.
She's slated to win the House right now. The polls have her winning the House.
No. Republicans are going to have Congress and
Excuse me. Oh. Oh my gosh. Anyway, shut up. Jenny sent me $20 to tell you to shut up. So she says you don't know how government works, and she's right. The fact of the matter is, again, you look at Kamala Harris, and you have a candidate here who's fighting for your fundamental freedoms, but you're too silly to even recognize that she's fighting for you. You're throwing your own freedoms under the bus, your own economy under the bus, solely to vote for a candidate, Donald Trump, who has a record of overthrowing our economy in its entirety. I mean, tell me one economic policy he passed that benefited the middle class. Go ahead.
Well, I got a question for you.
I just asked you a damn question. Answer it.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question.
No, you're going to answer mine.
No, you're going to answer mine.
I can assure you, you'll be answering mine or you'll be muted once more.
No, you're not going to mute me.
Oh, somebody drop a 20. I'll mute him. Oh, and there was the 20. Goodbye. Thank you, Aaron, so much for the $15. I appreciate it. And Kimberly for the 5. Dang, that was quick. Anyway, whenever you're ready, you can unmute.
You got to agree I'm making you money here.
Actually, you're making Kamala money because you better bet this is all going towards her.
No,
so again, keep making your candidate look like an idiot. It's more money into the pocket of this campaign, more money into the pocket of travel as we continue turning out the vote across the swing state of Pennsylvania to ensure your candidate loses in a few days. So go ahead, keep making your candidate look dumb. Tell me again one more policy that Donald Trump passed that economically benefited middle-class Americans.
Well, he brings a lot of the companies back to America instead of sending them over to China.
Name one company. Can you name one company that he brought back?
A car dealership. I can't remember.
What car dealership?
Manufacturer.
Oh, you can't remember the name. That's convenient.
They're out of Michigan.
Oh, car dealership out in Michigan, and you can't remember the name. Okay.
You tell me the name.
No, because you're making it up, right? There is no name. That's the issue.
Making it up.
So let's better understand it. Kamala Harris and Joe... Charles! Oh my gosh. Okay. Russ, you're muted. Charles, that's $50 from Charles. Dude, what? Thank you so much for the love. Oh my gosh. Russ, I hope you know that you're really making your candidate look bad here. Like, you're making your... like, oh my gosh. You're making your candidate look bad, so people are supporting me as I travel the swing state of PA to turn out the vote. Do you really want to keep this going? Because any normal Trump supporter would have left by now and taken the L. I asked you for an economic policy that your candidate passed to benefit the middle class, and you couldn't name it. You could have said the Tax and Jobs Act, and we could have had a conversation about that, but you're too ignorant to even recognize that. For Kamala Harris, though, you could say the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, CHIPS and Science Act, and the infrastructure package. That created tens of thousands of good-paying jobs. They created double the amount of jobs that Donald Trump created. 400,000 under Kamala and Joe per month.
That's bullshit.
178,000 under Donald Trump. Just this month alone, 233,000 jobs created, according to NBC News and Fox News. So help me better understand this. If you're worried about job growth, you would vote for Kamala, not Trump. If you're worried about manufacturing and keeping jobs in America, you would vote for Kamala and not Trump because she gave you the CHIPS and Science Act. right?
First of all,
that
you
brought
shouldn't-
chip manufacturing back to America, that brought new energy economy opportunities back to America. But instead, you're voting for Trump. And I don't know if you're doing it because you're ignorant or if you're voting for him for a different reason that you just don't want to tell us. Alan, thank you so much for the love. And Timberly as well. Thank you so much for the love, guys. Y'all are too beyond nice. Thank you so much.
First of all, you guys are counting jobs added.
Nope, I never do. And
wait.
Excuse me,
No,
I'm
listen.
not. You're going to say jobs added from the pandemic, and the chat can attest. I never count those jobs in my math ever. Neither do economists. Those jobs
Apparently
are not
they did
counted
because they had to take it off.
Nope. You're saying that Fox News counted pandemic jobs? Oh, I bet you they didn't.
No.
Okay. Yeah, so let's get back into this. Why are you voting for a rapist? It has nothing to do with the economy, so let's stop playing. You
Well,
couldn't name a single
I'm
policy
voting-
he passed that
Okay.
benefited middle-class Americans economically, so
Gosh.
stop playing.
Can I not even get a word in?
You've gotten many words in. It's just unfortunate that they haven't been coherent. Charles, can I just say again, thank you so much. I still can't believe you just sent $50. That was beyond kind, Charles. Thank you so much. That was beyond nice. Like, thank you for that blessing. That's beyond kind. Anyway, can you hurry up, Russ? I mean, this is really just...
Yeah. So the reason why I'm not voting. That's very rude.
That was the point. Can you hurry up?
Yes. So the reason why I'm not voting for Kamala is because he is not defending our freedom. And I got to say this. I hope you guys can hold it together when y'all realize your candidate's going to lose.
Oh my gosh! Whoa! Okay. Oh my god! Okay. Oh my god!
A work order, and I said,
Whoa! Oh, Russ just ran away because his wife started yelling at him. Oh my gosh! What just happened? Okay, I need a minute. Just give me 1 minute. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Megan, thank you so much. Megan just said $75. Megan, y'all, thank you so much for the love. Listen, folks, I just want to say again, first off, I want to see like 1,000 W's for Megan in the chat. There's an A in there. That's MEAG. Thank you so much, Megan. That is beyond kind, folks. I want to let you know again, when you support me like that, know that I'm not like running around and I'm not like turning around and being like, I'm going to go buy video games with this. Like, first off, I don't even play video games. I wish I had the time to. Maybe after the election. Anyway, so those funds are used for travel as they continue running around the swing state of Pennsylvania meeting voters and turning out the vote for Kamala. So know that I immensely appreciate that. And you could tell that was beyond shocking to me as my lungs went crazy. My asthma. Where's my asthmaniacs at? Y'all know what's up. A little excitement really crushes the lungs. Oh my gosh, Megan, you're gonna unalive me with that. Holy cow. Oh my gosh, I'm like sweating after that. Okay, let's get some Kamala supporters up here. Where's our Kamala supporters at? Let's move into Kamala supporters. We've talked to more than enough Trump supporters. Hello, how you doing?
Hey, Johnny, can you hear me?
I can. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Are you voting for Kamala?
You betcha. Can't
Tell
wait.
us more. Why so?
I'm actually, I'm from Iowa, and I just moved to Alabama 2.5 years ago. Yikes. But I am a Catholic Democrat living in the Deep South. So crazy. But there's nothing that I don't like about Kamala Harris's policies. And my best friend is LGBTQIA. And so I think it's important to have freedom for everyone, and not just the people that are bankrolling over $500,000 a year. So
I'm so sorry. People have me in like tears now. So I want to say, I'm so sorry to cut you off and do this. I want to continue talking. I just want to say a massive thank you to James. I'm so sorry. Give me. I want to say a massive thank you to Charles and a massive thank you to James, who just dropped $100 for support as I continue meeting voters. That was really nice. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry, Jaylee. Thank you so much, Charles, and thank you so much, James, for the love and support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, y'all. Okay, I'm so sorry. So let's get. So let's get back into it. Thank you so much, Charles, and thank you, James. Love you both so much. That is beyond kind. So, Jaleese, am I pronouncing your name right? Is it Jaleese?
It's Jaleese, but
Jaleese.
Yes, sir.
It's a really gorgeous name. I always love a good J name. I might be partisan because Johnny. But, so pardon me again, and I apologize if you had already said it. Did you already vote, or are you planning on voting? Have you yet?
No. Alabama is like one of, I think, 4 states that doesn't allow early voting in any form. They make it pretty hard for people to vote. So
god awful. That's
it really
awful.
is. Yep, it's tough. It's honestly pretty tough. I mean, I love where we live. You know, we wanted to get out of the snow, so we live by the coast. I love where we live, but it's tough being down here. You know, like just politically, especially in this climate. So. You know, I appreciate your lives, and I want to tell you this. I know I probably sound like a broken record, but we own a business, and our livelihood depends upon our clients. We have a home improvement business, and so like we can't speak out. My husband and I, we can't speak out about, you know, the things that we think about because we're literally funded. Our lives are funded by not always MAGA Republicans. I don't want to profile people like that, but you know, just people who have been living in the South and just, I don't want to say indoctrinated, but they have been groomed, I would say, to believe what they believe. And that's just the way it is down here. And that's okay. You know, do you. I'll never judge anybody for their beliefs.
Yeah.
But being on your lives gives me so much relief because I can't speak otherwise, you know? So I've wanted to come up here for so long, and I've always been so scared, or my kids have been around, and I'm going to go get them from daycare pretty soon. But I wanted to say thank you so much for everything that you do. I enjoy this more than you can possibly imagine. And the last 2 days I haven't been able to watch. I've just kind of been fiending a little bit. So I'm so happy to catch you this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, first off, I want to say, you know, you're inspiring, immensely inspiring. I want to say thank you so much for speaking up and coming on here. And I hope you recognize that as somebody from Alabama, you speaking out on this gives all of us so much hope, in part because you and Alabama proved that no matter how hard the far right wing of the Republican Party attempts to suppress the vote in Alabama, you still gave us Doug Jones. You still did it. You persevered. And you folks do it all the time. And so, you know, again, I hear you when you say that you can't speak out in a way because of the small business. And the fact that you're still willing to come up and speak to us speaks volumes to your character and your strength. And we're going to get across that finish line next week together. And it's gonna be the start of a beautiful 4 years, hopefully 8 years. But until then, I look forward to crossing that finish line with you. And I also apologize for like legit crying halfway through trying to talk to you. It was just
Please don't.
This whole election has me so emotional already. And then when somebody does something so nice like that, I can't. My emotions are everywhere. So.
Yes, sir. Yes, I love seeing it. And you know what? It humanizes you as a person. Not that anything else doesn't, but I think it's wonderful to see that. And it's important to feel the feelings and to show it, you know, especially as a man. And, you know, like, I mean, you know, I think it's wonderful. You'll never get any flack out of me or probably anybody else's comments for we'll see you at the finish line.
Yeah. We'll see you at the finish line. Thank you again. Have a good one.
Bye.
Hearing from somebody from Alabama, I think, is beyond inspiring. Do we have any other folks from Alabama here right now? Anybody from Alabama here right now? Trying to get up our next guest. I almost had somebody up and it glitched. That stinks. Folks, again, if you are voting for Kamala, I want to hear from you. Oh, so we do have some Alabama folks up here. Good to see y'all. We got some Utah. We have Louisiana, Texas. Texas folks, you folks should be very proud. You folks have a strategist and analyst and a tizzy because of your electorate from split ticket voting. You folks should be very proud. The fact that you have Ted Cruz running rampant, crying, and doing everything he can to get political media right now. Like, Texas, I hope you understand that you are really about to get like a Democratic senator. Like, you have strategists horrified in the sense that they can't get a good read on the outcome of this election. Good for you folks. Good for you folks. You're doing what Georgia did in 2020. Good for you. You all should be so proud. Hi, Winona. How you doing?
Hi, my name is Brianna. Actually, I just have this as my name on here.
Gotcha. Well, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I just wanted to come on and kind of thank you for everything you've been doing. I'm living at home, and my mom's husband is actually like a super conservative MAGA Republican, and it's been really rough to kind of be, during this election time, being in the house and having to deal with that. And it's kind of feels like I have a little bit of an escape to watch lives like this, to kind of, see you like actively, promoting, change and progression for, our country. And I think it's just so important. And I voted Kamala actually on the weekend. So it felt really good to vote for, change and for the better. And I just think it's really important what you're doing, and I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Well, first off, my heart's with you. And I want to say, thank you so much for speaking up, being willing to join this conversation and on here. Know that you always have a community with us. And you may be a blue dot, and I get that. Grew up in rural Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Very much a blue dot. I feel you. But know that, you've got a community with us. And also know, there are events near you as well. There are always folks like-minded to you we hold events all the time. I mean, I'm going to be visiting tomorrow a rally in Philadelphia, for example, which is a little bit far, but worth the travel when you get to talk to people who are like coherent.
Yeah, no, exactly. I feel like it's just like so nice to like, I don't know, hear people, talk like, because it's so frustrating when you're like talking to these people who like believe all this rhetoric, and it's really disheartening because our rights are on the line. And I think it's just like, it's so important this election for everyone to get out and to vote for change and to vote for freedom and vote for, women and LGBTQ plus community, because, there's so much hate from the MAGA Republicans and from the right side. And we need to be pushing love and acceptance and, change. And I think it's like really important to like
Absolutely.
speak out about this and to educate people. So I really, really appreciate what you're doing.
Well, I speak the same back. I mean, again, thank you for everything you're doing. Thank you for speaking up. And I can't wait to cross that finish line with you. We're almost there.
We're
and
so
I am
close.
so thankful we're almost there.
I know. I feel like it's been like it's dragged on so long. I'm just so ready for it to be like over.
And then we'll do it again in 2028 when Donald Trump is 84. Like
another. Yes, exactly.
Anyhow,
never ending, right? But thank
have
you
a
so
good
much
one.
for what
Thank
you do. You too.
Alrighty, folks. I want to get up a couple more if we can. I would love to continue hearing from you folks. I love getting to hear from you folks just because it's really inspiring and it keeps me going. And I know a lot of the folks in the chat who are meeting voters right now, whether you're canvassing, door knocking, phone calling, getting to hear from young voters, older voters, whatever the case be, but folks who are like-minded, I mean, it's really inspiring. So thank you folks for, having the courage and be willing to come up here and speak to us. And speaking of, Ash, hello, how you doing?
Oh my goodness. Hi.
Hi.
I actually got so scared because I did not know you were going to pick me, so I got scared. But first of all, I just want to say I love you. You are like, I look up to you so much because, my dad, he's a super, super set in his ways Trump supporter. And it's hard for me to have, conversations, where he will actually listen to my side of things. And it scares me because he has 3 daughters and all of us, I'm the only one of reproductive age, but this is affecting their future too and the kind of world that they grow up in. So it really stresses me out. So I'm just happy that you have this platform so that you can have these kind of conversations. I can come and get information that I may be lacking so that I can continue to have these conversations. sorry that I'm rambling, but
No, you're not. I want to hear from you. Please continue. Floor is yours.
okay. So I am a Texas voter, blue dot. And this is my first time voting. I'm a first time voter, 18. And I know this is going to be to a lot of the MAGA Republicans who say, like, we only vote for her because she's black or she's a woman or whatever. As a black woman, that is very, very crucial. It really is. As somebody who's never seen somebody who looks like me, up where she's at. She's the vice president of the United States. So that was already a big accomplishment. But to see her potentially be at the head of the table is a huge accomplishment. Like, it really is. It means a lot. And like I said, I think about my sisters. When I went to go vote, I thought about my sisters because they can look at her and literally the sky is the limit, not even the sky, because she's the president of the United States. So you can do whatever you set your mind to. And I think I'm going to cry. Sorry. I always get so emotional.
We got you. You're good.
Because it's just like they look at me too. They look up to me and my decisions, and I'm a strong feminist. I don't play about my rights, So the fact that my reproductive freedoms are on the line, I'm taking it very seriously. And she is so beyond qualified. And that's another thing that I hate is the double standards, is that she is having to prove herself time and time again, as she's already done as a prosecutor, district attorney, all these things. All of her qualifications are there for everyone to consume, and he doesn't have any. And it's just like, she has to be practically perfect, which no one can achieve. And he can just be, he can slack, and he can have people at his rallies calling people garbage, and he can do all of these things, and she can't take a breath without them, doing these things. But all of that to say, I am very proud to have voted pretty much blue all the way down my ballot, as far as Harris Walls, then to calling all red. Jasmine Crockett, the queen. Jasmine Crockett, yes.
Oh, I love her so much. She's
too.
phenomenal. That's so cool that you're in a district. That's amazing. You're in good hands if you're in our district, actually.
Yeah.
I will say to you folks in Texas and you yourself, and it's because there are so many new Gen Z voters getting in the game. Again, your state has strategists and analysts completely confused about how to delegate the states during this election. They have no idea how to call it. They have no idea what to do, from split ticket voting to the popularity calling all red. Like, you folks are doing such amazing work in Texas, and you're actually turning out that Texas 1 could go blue, or at least the Senate seat could go blue. And that's insane, because Ted Cruz realistically should have won by double digits, and he's going to lose. Like, you guys are doing such good work. And I want to say, first off, thank you so much for voting. Thank you for voting at such a young age too. Because I think more often than not, Gen Zers are, like, our generation is left in the dust typically, but Kamala's taken us with her. And that has been proven in her rhetoric and her messaging and her work, her accomplishments. And I think that there's no issue with saying, listen, I'm voting for Kamala because she's a black woman. Period. I am. Like, because this black woman gave us the Inflation Reduction Act, American Rescue Plan, CHIPS and Science Act, and infrastructure package. This black woman was district attorney, attorney general, leading the largest Department of Justice, second only to the U.S. Department of Justice. She was senator and vice president. And then this white man is a criminal. Yeah, I'm voting because she's a black woman. The black woman gave us the fucking accomplishments. Donald Trump gave us nothing but, like, frauds and scams and hate. Oh yeah, I am voting for Kamala Harris, and I'm proud to be doing so. So I'm thankful that you're voting too. Thank you.
Thank you so much for just letting me talk. It feels so good to talk, and it feels so good to get this out, because, like I said, my dad, he's so close-minded, and it hurts because it affects his children, and not even just, it affects the whole country, but it affects his direct family, because I don't like to really make him seem out to be a bad guy, but right. He reminds me all the time that he forgets that he's raising black kids and he has a black wife. Right. And it's just like, because my dad's white, and it's just like, I want you to maybe not think about yourself. Think about yourself. Because really, we are especially women, and then women of color, people of color, period, are the, second class citizens in this nation. We really are. So for somebody to want to just target that, as we saw at his rally, targeting all groups and demographics of color, was insane, and it was disgusting. But I don't understand how people can say, well, it didn't come from Trump, so Trump didn't mean it or whatever. These people come and speak before him, so they represent him, and they represent his thoughts, and they represent what he stands for, whether you want to acknowledge that or not. It's like, did you see at the Pennsylvania Halloween parade what they had at the I talked about that today with my grandmother and my grandpa. My grandmother, she is a Democrat, voted Harris. My grandpa, a black man, voted for Trump. And we talk about this all the time. Our household is split, because I live with my grandma. Our household is split, and we talked about that this morning. He said, well, that didn't have anything to do with Trump. I love my grandpa, but that is an ignorant statement. It really is. Because, and first of all, they had a person with his mask or face on in the float. So where do you think they got these ideas from? Where do you think they got the gall and audacity?
Right.
They had to get it from their, cult daddy. They did. And that's just what he is. You know what I'm saying? It's a cult, and no one can tell me any different, because it's like you can't break through to them. Even when you present something as basic as human rights, a rights to a woman's own body. Right. Something that men should never weigh on. They shouldn't really have an opinion in the matter, because they never have to carry a child. They never have to go through what women go through, ever.
I think I speak for everybody when I say this. You need to go run for office. Like, you have, in the way you deliver your stance and your beliefs, and you really do speak for both sides of the aisle as well. You got a spark in you, and I really do hope, whether it be long down the road or in the near future, I really do hope you consider running for office, especially in Texas, because I think, especially first off, I think that Jasmine Crockett needs some more friends. But I think, you have a spark that a lot of people don't have, and there's a call to action right now, and folks could really use that kind of voice. Seriously, you're willing to speak up. You're doing so in such a calm manner. And I think you should be really proud of everything you're doing. And the fact that, your family as well, you're talking about how you live in a split household, but like, you folks seem to be making it work. And even though you have your disagreements, like, it seems like y'all love each other. And I think that right there is also really telling to the kind of character you and your folks have, because a lot of families can't do that.
Right.
Like, a lot of families don't get that. But you do. So I feel like, you really need to be applauded for this. I hope you recognize that what you're doing is very inspiring to a lot of us.
I'm going to cry. Thank you.
No, don't cry. No. I'm going to be crying with you. I got to stop.
My grandma told me the same thing, like, a few years ago, because I do enjoy a good debate. I do enjoy a good argument. Not even just because I like to argue, but because I believe in bipartisanship. I believe in everyone, regardless of party or whatever, has good ideas. And the only way to push things forward and push us forward is to have both sides sitting at the table to talk about the issues. And whether it be Republican, Democrat, whatever, we're all Americans, and we all want what's best for America.
Right.
So I feel like I don't care whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat. If you have good ideas that I agree with, you could be green and I would agree with you. It's okay. It's okay to disagree also. And that was another thing that she said in her closing argument, is that you don't think they're the enemy because they disagree with you. That's not the case. It's okay to have civil conversations, whether you agree to disagree. Whether at the end of it all you still agree, be willing to listen to the other people, because you might hear something that you might not have thought before, or vice versa. So I just like, it's not even about politics anymore. This isn't about politics. This isn't about bettering the country. It's about good and evil. It's really what it is. This election in particular. He's a horrible person. I think that's all we can say. He's a horrible person.
Yeah, but we're about to send him packing on his way. He can leave Melania here
Yes,
if he
come
wants.
on.
Yeah, Melania pro-choice. He can leave her. That's fine, but he needs to go. Like, I want to say again, thank you so much for coming up, and thank you for taking the time. And know that you're always welcome back. Come up, like whenever you want. Come talk to us. We're more than happy to hear from a first-time Gen Z voter about this. Like, thank you so much for using your voice. Seriously.
Thank you.
Hope you have a good one. Okay, and see you at the finish line when we win this race.
Yes.
Alrighty, folks. I think that was a beautiful place to end today. Hearing from a first-time Gen Z voter, we heard from a lovely voter from Alabama. We heard from Texans. I think that was a really good place to end for today. I think that was a beautiful note to end. Now, again, we're going to continue bringing up folks every single day, hearing from them on both sides of the aisle. But was that not refreshing? Like, folks, I hope you know, and I say this, and I mean this, when Kamala wins and you see her inaugurated in 2025 at the get-go of the new year, something in you is going to heal, something that has been broken since Hillary didn't take the presidency in 2016. Like that pain you felt when you see Kamala Harris take that oath of office and become your Madam President, something in you is going to heal. And it's going to be as though the clouds just parted and the sun came through. And in part, that is because as well, we have young voters as part of the equation now. Gen Z's here. For one, I wasn't old enough to vote in 2016 either. And this really is that deep. We are going to win this. We are going to succeed together. We are fighting together. And we're not going to go back. So we got this. We got this. I want to say a massive thank you first off to our moderators today for keeping the chat clean. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your day to keep this as a safe space in the comment section, our guest requests. Thank you so much for taking the time today to keep this as a safe space. I also want to say a massive thank you to man, my lungs start acting up every time I go to talk about this. Thank you so much to everybody who had supported me, whether on Venmo or PayPal or whatever the case be. I mean, I literally, mid-conversation, saw that Craig sent a very generous PayPal that says support for who can't vote for the president. We really need to fix that. But Craig, thank you so much for the love. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Craig. Thank you to everybody who had supported me today. I really appreciate it. And I hope again, those funds, any funds are used towards turning out the vote. I travel the state. Right now I am, actually I'm not going to say where I am right now. That's probably not a good idea because there are some crazy MAGAs out there. And they probably shouldn't know where I am right now. So we'll leave it at that. But we have a few more days left. And we are going to win this race together. We're going to continue fighting together. And we're going to step forward. We won't go back. To some of you folks, I hope to see you tomorrow at the rally. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. I hope to see you at the rally in the Northeast. But other than that, it's almost dinner time on the East Coast. You folks have any dinner plans? Y'all doing anything for dinner? What y'all doing? Anybody got anything good? Chinese food, pizza, steak. Recommend dinner. I don't know about recommendation. I had a salad for lunch, and I kind of wish I had something better than a salad for lunch. But I ate so much candy yesterday with the whole Halloween thing, and I kind of realized that I'm no longer like my body does not process candy like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't just eat a whole bag of Twizzlers and expect not to get sick. So I'm like, I'm experiencing my 20s, and it turns out you can't just eat full bag of Twizzlers in your 20s. It's not a. Y'all feel what I'm saying? Do y'all relate? Like you can't just eat whatever you want anymore, apparently. So we're dealing with the consequences of that, and now I'm just eating salad and lettuce. Baked sweet potato, that sounds really good. A Wagyu burger, ooh, fancy. Oh, you're fancy. Gummy bears for you. Gummy bears, I could go for gummy bears. Possibly Chipotle. Okay, if I sure. If I had a bag of Twizzlers yesterday and Chipotle today, oh my gosh. Donald Trump's golden toilet wouldn't be Y'all are crazy. Okay. Alright, y'all. That one caught me off guard. Donald Trump's golden toilet would not be able to handle. Alrighty, folks. I'll talk to y'all tomorrow. I hope you have a beautiful night, okay? Thanks again.